concern I have on these updates, Ms. McLaughlin, is that the whole point, it's my understanding, of the 1240 waivers was to help increase the growth and how it focused on students. And we get the feedback, and the superintendents say, yes, this did affect that, and this, we're all good. But then when we look at their information on My School Info, we don't have data in some cases, not all cases. We don't have data to really back that up. So I think we really need to be sure that the superintendents understand that the point of a 1240 waiver is to waive some regulation that may be, in their opinion, hampering the progress of the students. So, but I do appreciate you giving these to us and the efforts that they make. I want to call a special attention to Wonderview and Westside Consolidated, both of which their numbers of students that they're serving with dyslexia are in the national range of what is expected, and unfortunately in the other districts it is not. So I don't have anything else. Do I have a motion on the consent agenda?
Can I make a comment actually?
Dr. Moore.
Yes, on number 19, West Side Greer's Ferry. I just wanted to say I appreciate that they had a survey that they gave teachers about the early start date, and they included the honest feedback from teachers. I think that's something that,
Yes.
And what other districts might be doing that, but I think it's something that we should continue to encourage districts to do when they're making policy decisions like this.
Right. And also those districts that make it easy for the public to access the state-required information. Some of them you have to really look and know it's going to be there before you find it, and others it's readily available. So an informed stakeholder is a supportive stakeholder. Okay, the first agenda item on the, I have a motion for approval of the consent agenda.
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Chambers.
Second.
Second by Dr. Hill. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, the first agenda item is a PLSB case, and Carly Saraceni will come to the podium. I also will mention, I wiped down everything this morning before we came, but also, if you feel more comfortable, if you're going to be speaking, I have some wipes up here that you're more than happy to, that I'll give you. I won't loan them to you, I will give them to you. And if you want to feel more comfortable and safer about that. Okay, Ms. Saraceni?
Carly Saraceni, Assistant Commissioner for Educator Effectiveness and
I'm not
Licensure.
sure if your microphone is on or if you're not close enough.
Can you hear me now?
A little better.
Okay.
That's better, yes.
All right. Carly Saraceni, Assistant Commissioner for Educator Effectiveness and Licensure. And before you is a request for approval for a nominated member for the Professional Licensure Standards Board to replace another member who retired. And this is a teaching position, and it's Jose Bourne. And he is a middle-level educator, 7th grade math teacher from Hope, Arkansas. And you need to know that we have to have so many teachers, classroom teachers, so he is replacing a classroom teacher.
I think my only concern about that is, it's my understanding they have those hearings during the workday, which pulls that teacher out of the classroom. And sort of my thing for the years I've been on the state board is doing as little as possible to, when we can, to keep from pulling teachers out of the classroom because the kids need them there. So, but if you have to have so many, and I don't know if people will be willing to do it on the weekend and summers or not, but.
It makes it very constrained if we
Yeah.
had to go outside the work week.
Right.
I have
Ms. Newton?
one question. One of the things that we talked about at the last meeting was trying to develop some consistency on cases and consequences as far as across the board. And I know with members coming on and off the board, sometimes that's difficult to do. And one of the things that I discussed with Dr. Pfeffer, and something that we do sometimes on testing, standardized testing, is just kind of some base setting, doing some practice cases and just kind of going through that training period. What kind of training are y'all doing with new members as they come on?
Well, we discussed that at the PLSB full board meeting last Friday about new members and having training and even making sure that we kind of set that baseline, kind of calibrate.
Yes.
And even, they talked about even asking for maybe a joint session with the state board.
Okay, so that's something that's on the radar to try to
Yes, and it's
develop
on the
then.
radar, and they are gonna get me a proposal probably within the next week or two.
Okay, good.
That we would be receptive to that.
Yes,
Yes.
very.
Uh-huh.
Because we talked about, when I was here last time as director of licensure, we did have a joint session, work session. And so we know that, new board members of state board maybe they haven't had that training as well, so we wanted to see, when we could maybe do it jointly as well.
That way we could all get on the same page and we
Yes,
can
ma'am.
start having some consistency. I think that would be awesome.
Yes,
Thank you.
okay.
Ms. Chambers?
Just a quick question. This is just through the end of June this year for this particular person, is that right?
It will be, yes,
But how long is the normal term?
the normal term. There isn't,
Mr.
Just-
James might.
yes,
Jump
Eric,
in.
come right on that. It is 3 years.
And it's staggered? because you
Yes,
don't
it's
count rotations.
staggered, unless someone retires, and this person actually retired before her, term was up.
Thank you.
Anything else? Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Newton, second by Ms. Chambers, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the next is a consideration of suspensions of a teacher's licensing for non-payment of fines, and Ms. Link will help us with that.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Jennifer Link, attorney for educator effectiveness and licensure. Do you all need the packet?
Could you come closer?
Sorry.
The reason I keep asking people to come to the microphone is not only so you can hear it, but we're being live streamed, and the people sometimes have trouble hearing us if we don't get real close to it. So,
Sure.
excuse me for interrupting.
No problem. Jennifer Link, attorney for educator effectiveness and licensure. Do you all need the packet?
Does anybody need anything? All of this was sent to us by email, and just if anybody needs a copy to
Okay.
refresh themselves. Okay, go ahead.
I'm here today for you to consider the suspension of the teaching license of Kyle Kempf. If Mr. Kempf is present, I ask that he come forward.
Is the educator or a representative of the educator in the room? Ms. Freno is checkout sign. No.
So I will quickly address the underlying basis for the recommendation of suspension. Mr. Kemp's standard teaching license expired December 31st, 2019, and he has an outstanding fine of $200 as ordered by the State Board of Education on July 11th, 2019. Mr. Kemp has not responded to any collection attempts. DESE staff respectfully request the suspension of Mr. Kemp's license until the fine is paid. Do you have any questions?
Anybody? Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve?
Motion to approve by Dr. Moore, second by Ms. Dean. All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you, Ms. Link.
Thank you.
Next, and I'll remind you, no one signed up ahead of time like yesterday to speak, but we do have some people who signed up today. So we'll need a motion and a second and a vote to see whether or not the board wants to hear public comment during this session.
Move to hear public comment.
Ms. Newton moved to hear.
Second.
Second by Dr. Hill. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, Thank you. All right. Ms. Freno, will you come and remind us?
Thank you. Lori Freno, Division of Elementary and Secondary Education. The Harmony Grove School District seeks to close its Sparkman K-12 campus, which is an isolated school as defined under Arkansas law. The Arkansas Code Annotated 62602 affords two different ways that an isolated school can be closed, either by a unanimous vote of the local board of directors, or if it's not unanimous, if it is approved by the majority of the State Board of Education. In the present case, the majority of Harmony Grove, the Harmony Grove Board of Directors voted to close it, but it was not unanimous. It was only 5-2. That is why this is before you all today. A local board of directors must file a local board of directors that wants to close an isolated campus must file a petition within 30 days prior to a state board meeting where they're asking for the state board to consider the matter. In this case, the Harmony Grove School District has filed that petition, and it is before you today. This board has the authority to approve or disapprove the petition, but only shall approve the petition if it finds that the closure will be in the best interests of the students in the school district as a whole, and that the closure will not have any negative impact on desegregation efforts, or that it will not violate any valid federal court orders. And again, the Harmony Grove School District has filed a timely petition and has requested a hearing before this board. And if I may, I will go over the hearing procedures at this time.
Please.
All persons wishing to testify should be placed under oath. That does not include the lawyers, not just non-lawyers. The spokesperson for the petitioning school district shall have a total of 15 minutes to present the school district's remarks. The state board may allow more than 15 minutes if it deems necessary. The spokesperson for any individual or group of citizens that opposes the petition shall have a total of 15 minutes to present the remarks of the individual or group of citizens. The state board may allow more than 15 minutes if it deems necessary. The spokespersons for the petitioning school district shall have a total of 5 minutes to present closing remarks, which may be extended, and likewise, the spokesperson for the petitioning school district shall have a total of 5 minutes to present closing remarks, and the state board may grant additional time as necessary. After that, the board deliberates upon the matter and will either approve or deny the school's petition. If it deems necessary, the state board may take the matter under advisement and announce its decision at a later date, provided that all discussions, deliberations, and votes upon the matter take place in a public hearing.
Okay.
And if no one has any questions, I will then turn it over to the petitioning.
Okay, and before you do that, I'll make sure that the people who have signed up know that their time is not within that 15 minutes. That will be after both sides present their case and before we make a final vote on this decision, if we make one today. So.
That is correct, Ms. Zook,
Okay.
yes.
And I also want to acknowledge, as we always appreciate our representatives and senators for being here. We have Representative Womack involved and also Senator Malik, and we do appreciate you being here. And if I have overlooked an elected official at the legislature, please motion to me and I'll try to acknowledge you as well. Okay?
Any
Is
other
everyone
questions?
ready? And everybody have any questions of Ms. Freno? Thank you. Okay. Be sure and identify yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I need to swear you in, and anyone else who plans to give testimony needs to stand, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right. My name is Albert Snow. I'm the Superintendent of Education of the Harmony Grove School District outside of Camden, Arkansas. I'm here today to petition the State Board to close the Sparkman K-12 campus. I've only been on board as superintendent since July of 2019. July of 2018. So I've been there a year and 8 months now. I started this process last year in the fall. I went up to Sparkman and had a meeting with the faculty up there. I told them there were three main issues with the Sparkman campus. Test scores, and I also told them two of them they didn't really have a lot of control over. Test scores was the first one, and that was something that they could control. The second one was enrollment, and the third was teacher retention. You'll hear a lot about the finances, and there was a good bit of that in the petition packet that you received. That was not my main concern when I started this. All right. Somebody might have to show me which one of these.
Okay, good.
There we go. All right. My main concern when we started this was the state of academics at the Sparkman campus. As you can see here, for the last 3 years, Sparkman Elementary had an F report card for 2 years, an F report card at the elementary school. Sparkman High School has had a D for the past 3 years. This is the very definition of a failing school. And that they had 2 Fs in a row when I took over, okay? I went up to the campus and began to talk to the faculty about what they needed to do with these issues. And I made a commitment to help the Sparkman campus as much as possible, as long as I was superintendent of the school district, and I will continue to do so. I took advantage of every specialist that I could, worked in conjunction with the co-op. They have math, science, literacy specialists that we were able to use just for the price of being in their consortium. So it didn't cost us a great deal of money. I also contracted with E2E, a consultant firm that I'd used when I was a superintendent at Fordyce. And of course, that cost a good bit of money, but I made the commitment to give them help, okay? They did raise their test scores to a C in 1 year. They got an award from OEP, from the University of Arkansas, for bridging the gap. And they're to be commended for that. That's true. I am not sure, well, the high school, and I'll talk more about it in a little bit, has made no progress in 3 years, and that's mostly due to the situation at the high school, and I'll get into that further. As you can see there, Harmony Grove Elementary, Harmony Grove High School, we've been at a B level for years, okay? And we're constantly striving there to get to the A level. A couple of those years, we missed being an A by a handful of points. So there's nothing wrong with the academics at the Harmony Grove campus. In the public comments, and probably from the response to me, the official response, you'll hear, mostly what you hear is about the finances, how they don't think our figures are right. They saying we're doing things wrong, misusing money. You'll hear about the Dallas County money. One thing I want to make sure the board understands, Sparkman was consolidated 15 years ago. There's not been a Sparkman school district in 15 years. So to separate Dallas County money is really not germane to this process. There's Harmony Grove money in taxes and so on. When you hear public comments, I'm sure you're going to hear a lot of very passionate people. No one wants to lose their community school. And I appreciate that, okay? I think some of this, I would have liked to have seen all this passion when we had an F grade at the elementary 2 years in a row, okay? There are not a lot of schools in the state that get that kind of grade. Another issue that we talked about was declining enrollment. Okay, and that's one of the things teachers don't have a whole lot of control over. These figures are from March 6th for the past 3 years, okay? The figure I use for the 33 up there, first year that I took over, after 10 days, we drop all the no-shows. There were 142 students at the Sparkman campus in August of 2018. Today, as of this morning, there are 108 students at the Sparkman campus. That's 34 students from in a year and 8 months, okay? That's a huge problem. And that's where, and you look back, it's going down every year. Now, that's not something that's unusual to Sparkman and Harmony Grove District. Okay, that's all over South Arkansas. There's a lot of schools with this same problem. But that's where the financial end raised its head, okay? You can't lose 34 students in a year and remain financially viable, okay? It started with me talking about this with academics. Now it has, finances is a big question here, okay? Now, they will argue that 20 of them came to the Harmony Grove campus. And that's true, okay? My question there is, why are the students leaving the Sparkman campus and coming to the Harmony Grove campus? I think that's a sign that they're looking for better quality education, which can be provided there. They will say differently, okay? They'll say, one of the interrogatories we got wanted to know how much money we'd spent on recruiting students from Sparkman. The answer was zero. We don't actively recruit students to Sparkman. Yes, we have things that they don't have on the Sparkman campus. Sports is one. A lot of people that do come down, even now, some of them come to play sports. We also have more academic opportunities. And like I said, I'll discuss the high school again in a minute. The other problem that I originally talked about was teacher retention. That doesn't look too bad, the numbers there, but when you look at 15 certified positions, the year I came on board, 18-19, there were 5 new hires in the certified positions. That's a third of the faculty. That's why, one of the reasons, there's no continuity with the teaching staff, and it makes it hard to keep up academic standards when you're constantly bringing new hires in. And I've been in schools like these before. My previous school, we hired teachers every year. We hired people from Henderson State, Arkadelphia, and they'd come in and get a year or 2 experience, and then they go back home. Hot Springs, okay? Hot Springs got a whole lot more to offer than Fordyce, Arkansas, or Sparkman, Arkansas. So what we become is a training ground for other people's schools. We lost 4 this year. Now I did add a new position. We had a music teacher retired, and I added another elementary position to do away with a blended class. We had 3rd and 4th grade in the same class, which is not a good situation. I'm gonna have to do more of that if the board chooses to keep it open. I'm gonna have to cut finances somewhere, and that's be one of the places that I would start. Let's talk about the financial issue. In all the material you've seen from the Sparkman faction, I don't think they say anything about the pay raises coming down the pipe. We've been fortunate at Harmony Grove that our pay scale was above the state minimum. The legislature has mandated to be raised to $36,000 in 4 years. Now, we've been fortunate, okay, we've been fortunate that we've had it above that. All right, in the next 2 years, we're gonna have to raise the pay scale $1,000 a time, okay? The state will give us money for that for 2 years, and then it goes away, okay? You all heard about the $60 million that they allocated for the teacher pay raises. That goes away in the 5th year, okay? Harmony Grove is not gonna be the only school district with financial problems because of that pay raise. And it's kind of like a perfect storm here. Minimum wage increase is going up as well. I talked to Cindy Smith at the Department of Fiscal Services. She may be in the audience tonight. And she had a letter that was in my petition saying that she agreed with the figures. Her words were, Harmony Grove is a stable school district financially right now, but there are glaring issues that must be addressed with the finances. Okay, I know how that works. As soon as you get a little drop in your legal balance, Fiscal Services wants to know what's going on. You're in early stage alert fiscal distress, okay? It's my job as superintendent to see that Harmony Grove never gets there, okay? Never gets to early intervention fiscal distress. And you will hear the Sparkman faction say he's not taking in the students in Sparkman into consideration. Yes, I am. I'm taking all of the kids in our school district into consideration, okay? We probably have 70 students already from Sparkman that go to our campus every day. All right, my time is running out.
You have 2.5 minutes.
Okay. Well, all right. This just speaks to the efficiency of the school district. Sparkman Elementary, and I think this is a powerful slide. Sparkman Elementary has 56 students in K-6 with 7 teachers. Second grade at Harmony Grove Elementary has 69 students in second grade with 3 teachers. We've got over 75 in 6th grade with 3 teachers. The average class size at Sparkman Elementary is 8. Average class size in Harmony Grove Elementary is 19. You can see that that's not very efficient allocation of resources. Sparkman people will say, oh, we love the small classes. Well, we do, everybody does, okay? But we can't have that at Harmony Grove. We don't need to have it at Sparkman either. Another thing you'll hear is the students, well, this is the difference. We're spending more, almost $2,800 more per student to educate students at the Sparkman campus than on students at the Harmony Grove campus. Again, that's not sustainable for the finances of the district. You will hear that Sparkman students will be on the bus for 2 hours. That's not gonna happen, okay? Any of you know geography of South Arkansas, you can get to Little Rock in 2 hours, okay? We've plotted it out, Google Maps. The farthest household in the Harmony Grove district is 41 minutes from the Sparkman campus, okay? Now that's driving in your car. Bus route's gonna be longer than that. We've been working since this started to figure out the bus routes, okay? You'll hear that we have no plan. I don't have one on paper, but this discussion's been going on. We do have all the houses plotted out. This discussion's been going on. All right.
You'll have 5 extra minutes at the end.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right. Well, there we go. Thank you.
I'm just asking you for the opponents who are from Sparkman. The Harmony Grove District has the privilege and the duty to provide a fair and adequate education to the children from Clark County and Dallas County, as well as Ouachita County. And that duty includes special money for isolated schools and protections for isolated schools. And we have to have isolated schools protected to prevent the creation of education deserts in locations and places in our state. If we have a place without school available, then we don't have adequate education unless we start using helicopters to transport children to schools. We have to keep isolated schools open. That's what the law requires. The Constitution requires this. Harmony Grove does not account for the $300,000 that we noted. That's the difference between the isolated money that it receives and what it has reported in Dr. Hill's, Norman Hill's numbers. Harmony Grove does not account for the $365,000 every year it receives in tax money above URT from Clark County and Dallas County. It punishes Sparkman on this enrollment issue while admitting that 70 students from Sparkman who could cure that problem are at Harmony Grove. I did not hear a single reference to isolated schools from Dr. Snow. Not a single one. Finances, sure. Performance, sure. But this is a special situation for an isolated school. It's the best interests of all the children in the school district. I did not hear that. He talks about things that adults and administrators worry about. Money, convenience to adults. Well, we know that when administrators start talking about making their lives easier, they may not be rising to the challenge that is required to meet the best interests of our students and our children. It requires creativity, it requires courage, and it requires new efforts. Certainly, I hear Harmony Grove equals us and we. I heard this several times. We at Harmony Grove, our people, our teachers. And then I heard Sparkman, they, them. What Dr. Snow has done is impeach his management of his district and the resources that Harmony Grove has given and applied at Sparkman. That is not a basis to wipe out an isolated school and create an education desert. You will hear from Mrs. Walker, a retired teacher. You will hear from Mrs. Taylor, who's got a creative plan for keeping Sparkman schools open. And you will hear from Senator Malik, who will talk about isolated schools from his perspective in the General Assembly. And we'll take questions at the end if you wish. Thank you.
Thanks to the Little Rock School Board of Education for my allotted time to speak on behalf of Sparkman School.
Okay, if you
For
will
30
identify yourself.
For 39 years.
If you will identify yourself.
Okay. I'm Bobby Walker. Yes, I thought I said that. On January 16, 2020, the Harmony Grove School Board voted 5-2 to close the Sparkman School in Dallas County and bus its students to the Harmony Grove campus in Ouachita County. Our community is asking for your help in preventing this closure. In every small town, the school is the heart of every community. Friday night ball games, athletic banquets, homecoming activities are a few of the events that once brought our community together. Without a vision, the people perish. And without a school, the community loses its identity. We have always been a small school, but we have received recognition academically and athletically. Most important, even though we are small in size, low on resources, we've put out some extraordinary fine young people who have gone to make important contributions in the fields of education, medicine, law, business, journalism, various trades, and the list goes on. Great things has been and can continually be accomplished in a small school. One big concern and pressing problem our students will encounter if our school is closed is that some of our students will be on the bus for 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the afternoon, leaving home in the dark and returning home in the dark during the winter months, getting up and getting dressed at 5 o'clock a.m. to ride a school bus leaving at 6 o'clock a.m. According to a national sleep study, children ages 5 through 10 needs 9 to 10 hours of sleep. To each of you, imagine putting your child or your grandchild on a bus at 6 a.m., riding the bus for 2 hours. For some, a need to use the bathroom. Many deprived of enough sleep to function successfully or academically and to pay full attention in class. In addition to a long bus ride twice a day, the youngest of our students do not need to be so far from their parents in case of an emergency. And there's a need to be picked up in a hurry. We have special needs students. Many are on medication, and many depend on the school to help with their medication, causing some to be forced into a difficult medical schedule that may affect their medical needs. Our teachers are doing a fantastic job. This school year, our elementary students ranked second in the state for academic growth. Also, earlier this year, our high school students received recognition from the Office for Education Policy at the University of Arkansas for beating the odds in math, beating the odds overall, and beating the odds in ELA. In a study on rethinking the school closure, Mara Casey Tyken, Associate Professor of Education, has done a study on the negative short-term impact of school closure on students. The evidence is well documented. Students' test scores and grade point average tend to fall in the year before and immediately after closure. Socially, closure can disrupt students' relationship with peers and teachers and lead to students' confusion, depression, increase in absenteeism, and parental involvement decrease. Psychological effects on our students is another major concern. For several years now, the threat of closure has hung over the heads of both the faculty and the student body of the Sparkman School. This has led to low morale on campus and resulted in the slow migration of our students to neighboring schools as Sparkman parents have tried to protect their children from the stress of the uncertain fate of their school. School closing can be destructive economically and socially in many rural communities. It can represent a loss of the community's largest employees. Mrs. Tyken's study also included a comment by a former resident, and I quote, "When her school closed, it became a ghost town." Finally, one important finding about school closure: closures are not evenly distributed. Most studies show that they disproportionately affect poor communities and communities of color. Low-income residents may not have adequate transportation and finance to get to parent-teachers conference, and many students rely on schools to provide their daily meals. Making a long bus ride would be really grueling. Current evidence suggests that school closure can often bring more harm than benefits for students and the community. Today, I beg, I plead, and I sincerely pray that each of you will prayerfully consider giving us the opportunity to keep our school with the plan that Mrs. Taylor has to present. I can do all things through Christ, which strengthened me.
Good morning. My name is Judy Taylor, and I'm here representing the teachers and staff at Sparkman School. While they would all love to be here today, they are back at Sparkman, loving on our students and helping them realize their dreams through education. On behalf of all the faculty and staff at Sparkman, we want to thank you for listening to our plans and for finding value in us and in our students. I'm not from Sparkman. I'm from Harmony Grove. I'm a third-generation Hornet. I'm the first to admit that I took a teaching job at Sparkman as a way to get in at HG. But what I found at Sparkman was something I couldn't have found there. With the small class sizes at Sparkman, I got to really know my students. Not just their favorite colors or what they want to be when they grow up, but I got to learn each of their learning styles. I'm able to differentiate instruction for each of my students and help them reach their full potential. This is one of the many reasons we were able to score second in the state last year for growth. I had students who went up as many as 7 grade levels in math last year alone. You may be wondering why they were low when I got them. It was a product of decisions made by past administrations to save money. For example, my 6th graders last year had been in a combined grade the year before and solely taught by MobyMax for the 2 years prior. These decisions to combine grades, have an online curriculum, as well as other decisions made by administrations may have saved on the bottom line, but it did not help our students. Our school is small, and with small schools come inefficiencies. While some of these can't be overcome without changes at the state level, such as providing waivers for faculty or staff to wear multiple hats, there are things that are within the current laws that can be done to make a small school run more efficiently without combining grades. Keeping all of this in mind, we sat down, looked at the certifications our great staff have, and worked out a schedule where we could trim our staff by 14% without combining grades, as well as moving some teachers to the high school for both English and math. This will give our students a teacher in every subject area that is tested except science. If you are not aware, grades 9 through 12 at Sparkman are currently using Virtual Arkansas for all of their classes except music, art, and PE. Another way we have looked into saving money and helping our students and community is to go to a 4-day school week. We feel this will draw students through school choice and help our families who rely on older students to assist financially by having a job. As you know, Kirby went to a 4-day week this year. And not only has it been physically advantageous by cutting transportation and food costs by up to 20%, but they have also gained over 20 students. When Dr. Snow proposed to close Sparkman, he gave us 3 reasons. First, he said that if we didn't make changes, our cost would be $1.24 million next year, and we would only bring in $950,000. These figures did not take into account the isolated transportation money that is used district-wide for buses or cars, nor did it take into account the surplus millage that is paid by Dallas and Clark County residents of over $350,000 per year. By making the staff changes and going to a 4-day week, we would remain profitable even without the tax or earmarked funds. The second reason given for closure is the low academic scores in the high school. While our high school does have an ESSA score of a D and is ranked 257th in the state, Bearden is 256th, and Gurdon is 242nd. As you see, we are very comparable to our area high schools. Also, our ACT average is a 19.1, which is right in line with the state at a 19.3. The third reason given for the closure is our loss of students. In the last year, we have lost over 20 students, but these students didn't move. Last year, Harmony Grove started running buses in Sparkman. Currently, we have 69 students who ride the bus from Sparkman to Harmony Grove. This continued threat of closure, no teachers in the high school, and combined classes are the underlying reasons we have lost students. We firmly believe this plan addresses all of these issues and will give parents confidence to re-enroll their children at Sparkman. I'm sure you're aware that Sparkman is isolated.
Your time is up, and we're going to let the senator speak. Sorry. I know it's hard when you have multiple speakers to stay in the time, but we are listening.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Bruce Mallock. I'm the state senator for District 12, which includes Sparkman and all of Dallas County. Representative Richard Womack is also here. I appreciate the leave to just a couple, 3 minutes that you would grant to the public. First of all, let me acknowledge the challenges that I know that Harmony Grove District has, both academically and financially, as many of our rural districts around the state have. But it's the responsibility of the state to provide an adequate education, and all of us, we don't want just adequate, we want an excellent education. And so those hopefully are being addressed. We've gone through the years of consolidation, and I know we're not talking about a consolidation here, we're talking about splitting off, but it's still, or closing a school, but it's still an isolated school. Now, when that happened a number of years ago, when they dropped below 350, I don't know whether it was a shotgun wedding or whether it was a celebration, but that's beside the point. We're here, and we're having to address some of the issues and the challenges that they have. We're coming to the point, though, in Arkansas, from a policy perspective, that the distance challenges that we're going to have on closing some of our rural isolated districts is going to present a challenge, and I think it also affects negatively on the academic performance of these children. Now, Dr. Snow mentioned the length of time or the mileage to Harmony Grove. I live in the Emerson School District. Actually, now it's Emerson, Taylor, Bradley, so I'm familiar with these consolidations. Now, fortunately, those all have K through 12 at each of those locations. Their numbers are a little bit better. My grandchildren live 5 miles from Emerson School. Their school bus rides 30 minutes because the bus goes down this road and that road, and so that is an issue that we do have to consider. From a policy standpoint also, I think the state's going to have to do more for isolated districts. I know we have isolated funding. I know we have some additional transportation funding, but we're going to get to the point with some of these isolated schools where even our formula is going to have to allow more funds for a lower teacher to student ratio, because it's just going to get to the point where we can't keep transporting students. Now, following the Lakeview ruling in 2003, we had the adequacy study to create the funding formula. Since that time, for the most part, not exactly, but for the most part, we've just tweaked that formula based on a consumer price index. That's not exact, but that's basically what we've done. In December of this year, we authorized a new independent study to be done throughout this year, and I think part of that study necessarily will look at some of these isolated districts, some of the higher costs, and some of the responsibility that the state has to continue to provide an adequate education to students regardless of where they live.
You have about 15 seconds. Okay.
Some alternatives have been listed, mentioned. I would ask that you consider those. I know Representative Richard Womack, Representative Vaught is here. She has rural districts, and other representatives in the area would ask you to consider those and at least a delay to see if some of these options work. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Okay, you have 5 more minutes.
All right. I am going to respond to some of these that you've just heard. I think somebody questioned my courage about taking the easy way out by closing a school. If this is the easy way, I sure don't want to see the hard way. This is a very hard process, and it's worn on me for months now, okay? I don't think I've had a good night's sleep in 4 or 5 months. Let's talk about isolated funds a little bit. For this school year, we received $300,000 in isolated transportation funds. Isolated transportation. I cannot spend that on salaries. The school district spends over $1 million on salaries at Sparkman. Now, we do get isolated funding that we can use, and that was about $120,000. That'll pay for about 3 teachers on that campus, okay? You heard some things, we were misusing money from Clark and Dallas County. I want to remind everybody, for the past forever, Harmony Grove School District is under legislative audit every school year. If we were misusing money, legislative audit would have told us about it. That's their job. They spend at least 6 weeks on our campus every year looking for something to tell us we're doing wrong. I do want to mention a little bit of the history. I think this is, well, I want to talk about the high school for just a minute. All core classes and most electives in grades 9 and 12 are taken on computer through an online provider, Virtual Arkansas. Students take 7 online classes per day. That means they sit in a computer lab and work online from the time they get to school to the time they leave. I believe high school should be more than that. There is much more to a high school education than sitting in a classroom interacting with a teacher half the state away, okay? And you can see by our letter grades there, it's not working very well. One of the community members came to me and he said, well, it works fine for my kids, okay? He said, that's what colleges are doing. Well, colleges mostly are adults by that time, okay? And I can tell you, it does not work for all students. Your good students, yes, but even they tell me it's hard to keep organized when you're taking that many online classes a day. Now, for the average student and the below average student, 7 online classes is not working real well, okay? I want to mention Kingsland, Cleveland County, which is a neighboring, it's close to Dallas County, which takes in part of Sparkman. This board closed that school last year. Kingsland Elementary School had 71 students at that time. Their letter grade was also a C at that time. And they had even been recognized as a national blue ribbon school and had a Millikan Scholar teacher at that school. And it was closed last year for reasons much like we're doing. It wasn't exactly the same, okay? All situations are different. They were already under early intervention alert from fiscal services for fiscal distress. All right.
You have 1 minute.
You've also heard some things about we could do this or we could do that. 4-day work week, draw kids in from school choice. School choice doesn't save an isolated school, okay? One proposal was to start an ag program like they have at Centerpoint. Yes, it's successful. They are drawing kids there at Centerpoint, but they've had that program for a long time, and they were not in danger of closing, okay? So that's not, there's a lot of other things. We provide a good quality education on the Harmony Grove campus, and we will take care of every child. We've already made plans on what we're gonna do with the Sparkman children. At the elementary school, we're gonna make sure we have a buddy system where, anyway.
Sorry, you
All
can
right,
take a
thank
little
you.
bit
Does the
longer, because I
board
gave
have
them some time.
questions, or is that gonna be later?
It'll be later.
Okay.
Okay, board, do you want me to start on one end and then, or do you, let me start down here. Ms. McAdoo, do you have any specific questions on this?
I could start.
I'll come back to you if you don't, okay? Dr. Neal?
Public comment after questions. I do have questions, specific, yes, do you want me to pull up the superintendent?
Yeah, just pull up whoever you want and then ask the questions. And then after the questions, before we vote, we will hear public comment.
Okay. Superintendent Snow, if you don't mind, I have some questions for you.
Yeah, and get as close to the microphone as you can, please.
I appreciate you all being and providing this information today. I know this is very difficult for everyone involved, and I just want to get a better understanding of some context here. When we're looking at the high school with all virtual courses, when did that switch occur, and how was that?
Sometime before I got there. Mr. Mock, do you know when that was? Mr. Mock's my high school principal.
3 or 4 years ago is when they made the move to the online classes.
And I will say this, it was a great idea, okay? But the reality of it hasn't worked very well.
Practice of it. Are there students that are able to come to Harmony Grove for select courses? What do you do about
Yes, ma'am.
career and technical education courses?
We run a bus every day at noon, and students come to the Harmony Grove campus for various reasons. Many of them are for sports, some of them are from classes. There are some students at Sparkman that drive to Harmony Grove to take a class and then go back. So that option is available.
At what point in time were the extracurriculars and sports cut out from the school? Was that?
Again, I was not there.
Okay, okay.
If you're going, yeah, I'll need you to come to the microphone. And have you been sworn in?
No, ma'am, I was
Okay,
Okay.
please let me do that. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
And identify yourself.
I'm Jeff Mock. I'm the high school principal at Harmony Grove. I've been there for 5 years. My history may be a little bit fuzzy on some of it, but I'll try to give you some of the background to it. Just in summary, when the decision was made, and previous superintendent board made the decision to move to online classes there, that was also about the same time basketball and baseball were gradually phased out. Those were phased out because they weren't able to actually form a team or have enough students to continue to manage that. That opportunity was made. We reformed our schedule at Harmony Grove to where all athletics was in the afternoon to meet that need for those students that were interested to come and do that. Currently, either because students are attending VOTEC or they're coming to athletics, I think there's about 18 to 20 students that arrive on my campus every day at about lunchtime. Several of those students end up, because of not being successful in online courses, they are enrolling in very actively in my classes, particularly Algebra 1, math courses of that things that that they may have failed and they're making a credit up on. We're making those considerations daily. Those things are occurring.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you. That's helpful information to have.
Yes, ma'am. Did you want to say?
Yes, I have a couple more if you don't mind. When these conversations started to occur, were there conversations about phasing it out and maybe just closing the high school first and elementary later on, or what did that conversation look like with
Okay.
your board?
There were some conversations. I brought this up at the November board meeting, that same thing you've heard from me here was brought up at that board meeting. There was some discussion about just closing the high school. If you do that, and by the way, I think in our discussions, I think we could absorb all of those students into our classes that we already have. If everybody came, there's a possibility in certain areas we may need a middle school teacher, possibly, but we've been working on the master schedule since this process got started. The problem with just closing the high school, then your economy of scale is even worse, okay? Then you're keeping a school open for 56 students, okay? And you still have to have at least part-time a librarian, a counselor, an administrator, and it just puts the financial end even more out of whack, okay? And I believe that's probably why Kingsland was closed.
When you're looking at, you said you had 15 positions on campus, does that include certified positions? Does that include the
Counselor, librarian.
counselor, librarian? And do you have a building administrator for K-12?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there some sort of transition plan for what that would look like if the schools were to close?
Okay. Transition plan for
the staff?
Everybody, we've already done our letters of intent for this year. Everybody on the Sparkman campus has indicated that they want to come to work for the Harmony Grove campus if possible, okay? It's been my experience that doesn't happen when it becomes finalized, if you were to close the school today, some of those teachers would immediately go out and get other jobs, okay? So and then we would like to do all of it through attrition, okay? We replaced, between certified and classified, we replaced 20 positions last year for the whole district. So but that's kind of high. If that were to happen this year, depending on who left, it'd be close, okay? Because I've done RIFs before, and it's always a traumatic experience. And depending on the number of positions, some of the teachers at Harmony Grove School could be RIFed. It's not just at Sparkman, okay? It all depends. First-year teachers are at risk on both campuses, okay? Believe me, I would love for it all to be done through attrition, okay, or retirement. That's just less painful conversations I have to have with individual teachers, okay? The RIF policy is non-discriminatory. It is based strictly on years of experience in the district, and it goes to a point system if there's a tie, okay? I have school consultant here with me today, Norman Hill, and he does this on a regular basis. And working in conjunction with him, we will determine how many people have to be RIFed. Okay? And then, of course, the lawyers get involved and we make sure everything is done legally, okay, before we notify anyone.
Okay. Thank you. I think for now, I'll let someone else ask more. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Dean?
I do have my questions.
Ms. Chambers? Oh, Ms. Dean? No.
Yes, sir. So what's interesting is that as we've had an opportunity to speak with communities, they've gone below the threshold of 350.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
initially we had that hard and fast, and then it was no, the community gets to come and speak to that, and if they have academic and fiscal strength, they can go
Yes,
forward.
ma'am.
Do you know how close you are to the risk of being in any form of fiscal distress if you were to go forward as you are right now?
If we went forward as we are right now, if it's okay, I'd like Mr. Norman Hill to answer that question. Norman is a school financial consultant, and he's got 55 years of education, 30 years as a superintendent, 15 as a financial consultant. This is what he does for a living, and I've used him in the past. But I'd like for him to answer that question.
Have you been sworn in? Do you swear to or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, identify yourself and then.
I'm Norman Hill, a financial consultant, as Dr. Snow said. And your question was how far away you think they are from being in physical distress. I have a little bit of hearing problems, so I want to make sure I'm answering what you want to hear.
Exactly right.
And doing that, in my opinion, if things stay exactly like they are now, they're losing students gradually, and they're facing the mandated raise for the classified personnel that went from $8.50 to $11 an hour over 2 years. Then with the mandated teacher raise by the legislature put in effect last year, they don't have to give any raises this year, or they will not have to give raises next year. They will start 2 years from now in the 4th year. With all those, if nothing changes, they keep operating it, I think you're looking at the 23-24 school year, which would actually be 3 to 4 years out, because they're not losing students to a great extent. Now, if the number of students pick up, if they're losing, it'll be quicker than that. But if it stays about, well, if you look at their history, they're a gradual loss, but it's picking up like most South Arkansas and East Arkansas schools. Every year it gets a little worse. It's hard to predict that, but if it stays like it is right now, I think the first year after the mandated raise, that's assuming the legislature doesn't increase or find any funds for those raises, both classified and certified, and they keep losing students and nothing else changes.
Thank you. A I've just got a couple more
Sure.
questions,
No.
but I don't think they're yours. My next question has to do with the school board. And, oh, I'm sorry, I think we're good. I think we're good on finance. Thank you. Thank you. It's hard to hear in here.
Norman and I both have hearing issues, so when we talk, it's kind of difficult.
Me too. So in terms of the school board that voted 5-2, is the membership of the board representative of Sparkman?
Yes, ma'am. The 2 Sparkman members voted against it.
They did, okay.
Yes,
And the
ma'am.
3 that voted for are in the Harmony Grove?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's the way the school board breaks down with the
Okay.
districts.
So the other thing I'm working my way through right now is trying to distinguish what is a hardship that's associated with consolidation. I'm from a very small town that consolidated a number of years ago, and so get to live through personally what that community is still going through, and it's been hard. They did it a number of years ago, and actually they're gonna need to consolidate again because there's just not, it's a rural community. And so I'm trying to understand what our duty is relative to isolated schools and what distinguishes the pain of what a lot of communities are going through to consolidate, to continue to provide the right kind of services and support.
Yes, ma'am.
Versus it's really unique, where the geography and the distance that Sparkman has. Can you help me understand that, or can someone from Sparkman help me understand that?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, isolated. This really probably comes down to what distinguishes what is unique about an isolated school versus lots of communities that have to consider consolidation. And I don't know, some of this is maybe more the duty of the board, but I was curious what Sparkman, or what you
Well,
had to say about what is unique in this
I
situation.
understand the issues when a community loses its school. Okay, that's what you'll hear, I believe. It is an issue, okay? And it is the end of some communities, okay? And so, yes, ma'am, I understand that. That is an issue, okay? But one of the things that I'm trying to do is look out for all of the students in this district, okay? You just heard we were looking at fiscal distress in 3 to 4 years, okay? That's somewhere we don't want to be, and I believe it's still the only thing that, unless some kind of felony is involved, the only thing a superintendent can be let go for, okay? And so it's my job to keep us out of that, okay? And I know the state does not want to have to step in and dissolve the school board and then appoint someone and effectively have them answer to Johnny Key, okay? State does not want to do that. They want to avoid that at all costs. And so, yes, ma'am, there are consequences, but it's also my job to worry about the whole district, okay? You want me to
Yes.
sit down?
No, but thank you. I think Sparkman maybe had a point of view as well.
As far as our isolation goes, we're 25 miles from the closest school in any direction. I live in Harmony Grove. I'm about 2 miles from Harmony Grove School, and it takes me close to 30 minutes to get to work each day. And that's no bus stops along the way. If you want to go to Walmart, you're going to drive 30 minutes either to Arkadelphia or to Camden to get there. We did get a Dollar General this year, praise the Lord. But I mean, that's all we have in Sparkman. We have 3 sawmills. Most of our families are single transportation families. And so them having to go that far to pick up their child if they're sick would be a big issue.
And when was the school board consolidated? The
We
fact,
were consolidated in 2004.
2004.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Well, it was voted in 2004, so was it 2005 when it consolidated?
Thank you. Dr. Hill?
I had questions. I do have mine now.
Okay, wait, let me go down and then I'll jump back, okay? Dr.
One.
Hill?
I heard you talking about what's the mileage from Harmony Grove to, from Sparkman to Harmony Grove? What is the mileage to, because I heard you talk about minutes, but I didn't ever get the mileage.
Okay. It's 25 miles to the school, okay?
From one school to another.
Right. And, you know, we talk about the bus routes and so on. We're already bringing Spartan students to our campus, okay? And there's different ways we've done that. And we're looking real hard about how we will do it next year if the school closes. and we're gonna try to do it. Some of the scenarios we worked out will even cut down on transportation and cut down on times and so on. If we start a bus at the very northeast corner of the district at Dallar and come this way, it's 41 minutes on Google Maps, okay? That's the very furthest household. We have every household in the district plotted on the map, and that's by Google Maps. That's not a bus route, okay?
Okay.
Was that,
Yeah, I was just trying to look at what the mileage was.
I
I
would-
heard you talk the time, but I didn't know what that equated to.
I'd like to address somewhat of your last question about, if I could, about the effects. Okay. Sparkman in the 1980s was a thriving community, okay? They had grocery stores, they had doctors, and so on, okay? Over the last 40 years, almost all of that is going away. And I do understand they feel one of the last things they have is this school. I do understand.
Ms. Newton?
Would you like to see if Ms. McFetrich has a question, or Mr. Williamson? I know that they may be on the line. You wanna-
I was gonna check with
Okay,
Ms.
I just didn't wanna
McFetrich
forget. I
after
didn't-
Ms.
I just
McAdoo.
didn't want to forget them.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you, I
All right.
appreciate that.
I have a couple of questions. Dr. Snow, could you answer a question for me, please? I know we've talked about your 9th and 10th grade, and then the 11th and 12th grade, they're in computer labs all day.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's talk a little bit about the 7th and 8th grade. Could you describe to me what their day is like?
That's not the best situation either, okay? Because of numbers and certifications, we have one teacher that teaches social studies, science, and English to the 7th grade, 3 classes, one of each. And they have about 6 students in each class. And then in the 8th grade, that same teacher teaches them the same subjects. So she spends six periods a day teaching math, literacy, and science to 7th and 8th grade. We have another teacher who does the math every day. It's not an ideal situation.
Okay, so are those classes blended, or are they separate?
They're not blended.
They're not blended, okay.
No,
The 9th and 10th grade are blended, though, in the computer lab, am I?
yes, ma'am.
And then the 11th and 12th grade are blended in the
The
computer
9th
lab?
and 10th grade are in one computer lab, the 11th and 12th grade are in the other. And, well, I've sat in those classes, and it's difficult.
And you have what kind of person in that computer lab?
We do not have a certified person in there. We have what we call a DLC, a distance learning coordinator, and they are not a certified teacher.
So what does a student do when they need help?
If you can get it over the internet, the principal is a certified math teacher, and he does do some help.
I had another question on, flew out of my mind. You ever done
That's
that
okay.
before?
If you think of it, jot it
Well,
down.
I've got some other questions. I had
Okay.
one more question on academics, and I've forgotten. On the finances, can I get someone from the department maybe to talk?
Ms. Smith, can you come and help Ms. Newton? Or Mr. Rogers? Or whomever?
Cindy Smith, Fiscal Services.
Thank you. Sometimes we hear different numbers, and I want to kind of make sure I understand the correct numbers. How much isolated funding does the district get?
So total this year they got $449,649, and about $300,000 of that was specifically for transportation.
Okay, so that 300,000 cannot be spent on anything but
Other than
transportation?
transportation.
Okay, so the 100,000 is what can be spent on teacher salaries or
anything else, yes.
whatever. Okay. As far as money for the district, does it separate? I mean,
No. Now, when the money comes in, it is just revenue for the entire district. It's not specified for a campus.
Okay. And then, in your estimation, if things went as they are going now, would the district be in danger of becoming on fiscal distress?
So like many districts that are in this situation, they've already had a couple of years of declining fund balances. So third year is when I really start digging in, and I've already had a conversation with Dr. Snow about, this is something that could happen. We would reach out to them year 3 and say, what are your plans to remedy this? Depending on how large the decline was, year 3, you could potentially go into fiscal distress. We don't like to do that. It's just like state takeover. We'd rather get in there and help and assist and help them find, a resolution to this problem. But at year 5, if there is no more money for the teacher raises, that could potentially be a year that we would really have to look at the district.
So have they already, you saying they already had 2 already?
They were not huge declines, but yes, it has already started declining.
So they're potentially at year 3 right now?
Right, and that does not always mean, the law does not say year 3, your fiscal distress. That's just usually if we see a third year of a declining balance, we start reaching out to the district and finding out what the problem is and what their resolution is to stop this decline.
Okay.
If I may, Ms. Newton, to just make sure 2 things. One, that's one indicator of fiscal distress. That is not the sole indicator of fiscal distress. And 2, fiscal distress does not, as it seems that there is a common thought around the state that fiscal distress means takeover. We've had a number of districts that went into fiscal distress that did not result in state takeover. So I want to make sure that the board and the audience is very clear that that's not an automatic.
Okay.
And we prefer to do just assistance or
Help.
early intervention before we get to that. And many times that is something that we can do.
Okay. If you're looking, and I know you said it's district money, so it's hard to look at. If you're looking at the finances spent at Sparkman, are they spending more than they're getting in? I guess is my question.
So if you look at the report that you can pull online for Harmony Grove Elementary, last year they spent $8,857 per student, and then Sparkman spent $12,352 per student. That's just in the elementary. And then Harmony Grove High School, they spent $9,773 per student, and Sparkman High School was $9,911. So they are spending more at Sparkman than they are at Harmony Grove per student.
Okay. I guess what I'm asking is, are they, the amount of money that they're getting for the Sparkman campus, are they spending more at Sparkman than they're getting revenue coming in for that campus? Or is there any way to tell that?
The only way that you could even potentially figure that would be is if you divided how much total revenue the district got by how many students they have at each campus.
Okay.
But that would not necessarily mean, if you were doing it by county,
Okay.
you could look at it that way, or you could do it by student. But there's really not a way that we can say this money because it's specifically for the district.
Okay.
It's not for each campus.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That was my question. I thought of my question for Dr. Snow. Going back to academics and the situation at the high school and elementary, so making sure I understand, 11th and 12th are in one classroom, 9th and 10th are in one classroom, and then 7th and 8th grade have their own classroom, and then K-6 are also there. How close in proximity are, let's say, kindergarten, 12th grade? Are they in the same building or separate buildings?
Same building,
How close? Are they on the same hallway?
same hallway.
Okay.
There's only one hallway.
Okay, so they're all right there together in that
Yes,
same,
Yeah, there's fewer high school students there in the afternoons because so many of them come to Harmony Grove.
right, okay. That's all I've got for right now.
Ms. McAdoo, and then Ms. McFettridge and Mr. Williamson, I'll come to you.
I hate to make you keep standing up and sitting back down. So my question is about the children. You, before your time ran out, you were about to talk about the buddy system.
Yes, ma'am. If possible, we're gonna bring the principal down for one thing, from Sparkman to Harmony Grove campus, so he will know all the students if it's closed and they come next year. That's one thing we're gonna do. In the elementary school, we're gonna make sure in every class that there's at least one other person from Sparkman in that elementary class, so they will have at least someone that they know in there, okay? For those of you that have been involved in consolidations, the students are usually not the problem, okay? Students tend to make friends very quickly and assimilate into the school very quickly. Did you have a second question? Yes, ma'am.
So the other thing that you pointed out was the difference in the letter grade from the schools. What is your plan to get the students all on one accord?
Okay, if possible, well, we do have a full-time literacy consultant on the Harmony Grove campus. She spent a lot of time last year at the Sparkman campus. So we do have a lot of interventions on our campus. I have to be very careful about my hires next year if the school is closed, so that I don't hire too many people. Otherwise, I'm not getting the financial benefit. But we are looking possibly having two full-time math certified teacher interventionists on campus. Like I said, that's gonna depend on the numbers that come. Next year is gonna be a transition year. We find out who comes to Harmony Grove from Sparkman that is not already coming.
Okay.
And if we need to add another elementary teacher, we will. If we need to add a middle school teacher, we will. There's no way of knowing exactly how many students come until we get into it.
Have you started thinking about professional development? You mentioned that the students aren't necessarily the ones who have an issue with transition, which I think that they do. So I do think that you need to think about what the emotional impact that it will have in providing services for them. But what is your professional development plan for the two different
We've been
teaching
working,
staffs?
both campuses have been doing the same reading training during the summer. We're using the RISE program, and most of them should be either in year 3 or completed with it. So everybody's had the same training as far as that's concerned, including high school and elementary teachers. And we will also look at the PD time that we have this summer, spending a good bit of time talking about the transition with the faculty.
And that will include academic and emotional?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And, we won't, until we finalize the closure and the reduction in force, we not sure exactly who the faculty will be, okay? But like I said, it may involve losing people from both campuses. And everybody on both campuses knows that.
Ms. McFettridge?
Yeah, my question is about transportation.
We're having trouble hearing you. Can you get
Can you
closer
hear me?
to your microphone?
Can you hear me?
Barely, yeah.
I was wondering if the $300,000 transportation money falls off if students go to Harmony Grove. Do they still qualify for those transportation dollars?
She's questioning, since Sparkman is isolated and you get the money, the 300 for that, if that campus is no longer, will you continue to get that
No, ma'am.
$300,000?
No, ma'am.
Is that your question, Ms. McFettridge?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I
And he-
also am curious about pre-K education in Sparkman and Harmony Grove. Is there any opportunity to add a pre-K on either campus? Is there a need for that?
Okay.
Do you have pre-K at either campus?
Yes, ma'am. We have pre-K. We currently have 50 students at the Harmony Grove campus. It's a combination of the ABC program and Head Start, well, Fact Inc. They had a program at at Sparkman, but it's been closed due to lack of students. We are adding another class for the next year. In cooperation with the South Central Co-op, we've made a commitment to add another pre-K class on the Harmony Grove campus.
And this is 3 and 4-year-olds?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anything else, Ms. Bridges?
No, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Williamson?
No questions at this time.
Okay,
Just
thank
really good
you.
questions, and that's what I was looking for.
Okay. Ms. Dean?
You may have already stated this, but I don't know if you did or not, but with your financial advisor, have you all considered what the cost would be of leaving the virtual model where the students are in computer labs and going back to the teacher model? Is that, because I don't remember hearing the budget for that, what the cost of that would be. Because it seems like that's a huge issue of
We
why
would
there are
have
so
to
many
add at
students that
least,
left.
I think we would have to add at least 4 teachers to do that. And it's not an exact science, depending on years of experience. But if we had added 4 teachers, we're looking at least $200,000 in salary.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but since Virtual Arkansas is a charter, that money per pupil goes to the charter. So if you no longer used it, that per pupil money would come to your district. Is that, am I?
Madam Chair, let me make sure
Okay.
we're on the same page. Virtual Arkansas is not the same as Arkansas Virtual Academy.
Yeah.
So I think you're referring to Arkansas Virtual Academy. Virtual Arkansas is through the Archford Co-op and helps provide digital learning opportunities across the state.
But they do get money to do
Well,
that.
they get grant funding from the department, and then there is a fee schedule that they charge districts as well.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I think that, yes, the money, we do have students on Virtual Arkansas at the Harmony Grove campus, but it's not all day. And we will still be contracting with Virtual, but it won't cost us as much money as what we're putting out at Sparkman now.
Okay.
Okay?
Ms. Dean?
I don't have a question, but I do have a comment. I was M to M. I was an M to M student, which means minority to majority. And I lived in Little Rock, and I went to school at Oak Grove, which is, I think, it may have been like 25, 30 minutes away. Fortunately, I was the last stop, or the last stop on the bus route to school, and that was still a long bus ride.
Yes, ma'am.
And I was the first stop back. But I had the experience of being the last one time, and that was a really, that was a really bad bus route. That was a really bad bus ride. It was hours before, it was a couple of hours before I got home. I didn't have time to do homework. My mother had to leave dinner for me on a plate. And it just gave me an experience of what all of my other schoolmates have to go through on a daily basis. And I don't think, if there's any way that we can prevent any child from having to experience that on a day-to-day basis. My parents didn't came to anything that I went to because we had one car. My parents were pastors. My mom was a stay-at-home mom. High school was not a very fun experience for me. Most of the students that I knew lived around Oak Grove. I was the only one that lived in my area. I had no friends to hang out with after school. Everyone I went to school with went to school in Little Rock. So I understand from a very personal point of view what it does to a child's psyche and what it does to their emotional well-being. So if there's any way that we can prevent it, and I understand it's going to be I'm glad you asked that question because I was thinking the same thing. it'll be 3 to 4 years out before we hit that really critical point. If there are some ways that you all can make some adjustments, it's devastating. I can't even imagine what it would be, what it would do to a whole community. Just my small experience. And that's not that, like I said, that doesn't even include the bus route. I was the first one to get off the bus. I was the last one to get on. But I got to do that bus ride one time, and it was not a very good one. It also opens the doors for bad experiences on the bus ride. It just leaves students in a very vulnerable position to be on a school bus full of kids with the only authority is trying to drive the bus. There's so many scenarios that could just go wrong here. And I know you're trying to do your job. I understand that.
Yes,
I'm just trying to give you my perspective.
Yes, ma'am.
And
You know, when I mentioned 41 minutes, that's in a car.
Yeah.
But one stop, that very furthest stop, if they're not riding the bus or if they're driving their car to school, it cuts time off that bus route. And we're already transporting a lot of students from Sparkman, so we are doing this on a regular basis.
You want to have a question, or are you ready for comment?
No, I want to ask a question of the department attorneys.
Okay.
If that's okay. Thank you.
Ms. Freno?
Thank you for coming up. I just want to check a couple things. Based on my understanding, Harmony Grove participates in school choice, so students can choose in or out of the district. Is that correct?
Harmony Grove, Lori Freno, Harmony Grove
District.
participates in school choice, so students can choice out. The only restriction is with regard to Camden Fairview. That's the ongoing litigation in the Eighth Circuit. Students from Camden Fairview cannot choice into Harmony Grove.
Can Harmony Grove students choice into Camden? No one can
Harmony
move in
Grove,
and out.
Harmony Grove could choice into Camden.
Okay,
I
and
believe,
Harmony
yes.
Grove could choice into any of the number of other districts around.
Harmony Grove could choice into any of the surrounding districts,
Okay.
yes.
Based on my research, it looks like Sparkman and Harmony Grove was a forced consolidation in which it wasn't pre-agreed upon before the
It
state.
was, I mean, it was an Act 60, it was a consolidation under Act 60, yes.
Okay. And I guess we don't know, what authority do we have over boundary lines? And what does that look like? If you're looking at the map and you're looking at logistically what makes sense when you're factoring in transportation, potentially there are areas where if the boundary was changed to be in another district, it would be easier. What is our authority for that?
The state board has some authority over boundary lines. They can change boundary lines. Usually what you'll see come before the state board are there will be 2 school districts that are in agreement that they want to change a boundary line, and they'll come before the state board. And those are the only cases I can recall that there's ever been a change in a boundary line.
Okay, so they have to come to us in order for that to happen.
There
it
has
can't
to
be
be
initiated by the state, is what I'm saying, I guess.
That's my understanding,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. And I guess then I want to bring back up Superintendent.
I have one question for Ms. Freno before she leaves.
Okay.
Would that be okay?
Thank you.
Ms. Freno, in our decision-making today,
Microphone?
in our decision-making today, the only decision that we can make is stay open or not stay open. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
So we can we, if we hear a plan or have a plan, we can't tell the district to do a particular thing?
No, it is, under the law, it's you either accept or reject the petition.
Okay, that was my question. All right, thank you.
Actually, I have one more from that then. So we cannot accept part of accept just high school and not elementary. We take it as a whole.
That is correct, because the local board of directors has to make the initial determination. And in this case, they made the initial determination, then they filed the petition. That's the only reason that it gets to you.
Okay. If this was at just a high school or just elementary closing, would the state board still hear this case?
if it was an isolated school
Okay,
and
so
there
no
was
matter-
not a unanimous decision,
Okay.
the state board would have to, would hear the case, yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, for superintendent, if you don't mind.
Yes, ma'am.
I know in the era of school choice, there are times where you are losing students or gaining students. How does that play a role in your decisions? And have you had any boundary line discussions with districts in the area, discussing whether it would make more sense for a student to go, for a segment to go to another district than stay in Harmony Grove because of the transportation?
I wasn't quite sure about the question about school choice, the beginning of that. What
Yeah,
was
so
your
how many
question?
students choice into your district?
How many students choice into our district?
Do you know?
I'm gonna say about 20. That's
Okay.
just off the top of my head, though. Okay, we get some, school choice in Arkansas is very seldom about academics, unfortunately.
Yeah.
School choice in rural areas, and there are people that will dispute this with me, is usually because they've gotten mad at the administration or a teacher and they decide the grass is greener on the other side, or to play sports or so on. Okay? Now, do they have school choice? Little community of Dallark is the furthest point northwest in this district. Okay? Those students already, some of them school choice to Arkadelphia. Okay? In fact, the Arkadelphia bus passes the Harmony Grove bus every morning. Okay? So that does already take place. Okay, what was the second part of your question?
Boundary line changes, have there been any discussions to whether changes should be made?
I've heard some things about, but all of them are predicated on keeping the school open. As the ones I've heard are predicated on keeping the school open at Sparkman. And I know one district that didn't want to talk about it because of the financial end of it. So, and now the others I don't know.
Okay, thank you. I guess I want to hear from the other side as to whether they've had discussions with other districts and what that looks like. Thank you.
I can speak to that. I'm Jess Askew, but I was not at the most recent board meeting with the Gurdon School District, where that has been discussed, and it has been discussed also with Washita County Schools. There needs to be time. This is a complicated issue, and Harmony Grove would have to agree to it. The receiving school district would have to agree to it. It would have to make sense from an isolated school standpoint because it doesn't make Sparkman any closer to Gurdon or Arkadelphia or Bearden or Harmony Grove. So it's complicated, and I think that's a reason why this should not happen this year. And there's time for things to fall into place, including this legislative study. And your point about boundary lines is a great one, because if you were to shut down Sparkman, the logical thing to do would be to create this perimeter around Sparkman and draw pie-shaped wedges into Sparkman, and the kids in Dallark and Clark County not be part of the Harmony Grove School District, but be part of perhaps Arkadelphia School District. There's no provision under the law that I'm aware of that allows exploding a former school district or part of a current school district into different areas to avoid the school choice or the isolated school problem, which is why we have isolated schools.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, y'all ready for public comment? Okay, one thing that we do ask is that you limit your comments to 3 minutes, and if the comments become repetitive, then we ask you, if somebody's already said what you were gonna say, the number of people that speak is not as relevant as what you have to say. And so if you understand that, this is the first time many of you have been here, but we have had lots of emails and conversations and we do listen to everything that's said. So I'm going to go in the order of the people signed up, and if you choose to pass when it's your turn, then we assume that they have said what you wanted to hear. Valerie? Barbarita. Good for me. Good for you. I love those phonetically good last name. Okay, if you'll identify yourself and then give your comments.
I'm Valerie Barbarita. I'm a parent of one of the children at our beautiful school, Sparkman. Good morning, and thank you graciously for not only listening, but truly hearing the pressing concerns of our community today. I have never spoken on such a large platform before, but I take strength from advice my late father shared with me as a youth. He told me to never miss out on an opportunity due to being afraid to ask a question, because by not asking, the answer was already no. So today, I stand before you asking you for a yes. Yes to a chance to prove our value, and yes to our children's future. I am a parent of a third grader at Sparkman Elementary and also a 2-year resident of Sparkman. My daughter has attended this school since November of 2018. Our family had moved here from Bentonville, where my daughter was struggling in all aspects of study since kindergarten. I was pressed by her previous school to retain her in kindergarten and again in first grade. By second grade, she was leaving her homeroom twice a day for intervention, which became highly upsetting to her because she was embarrassed that there were only a few children from each of the 5 second grade classes being pulled for extra help. These were all at full capacity, all of these classes. When we moved to Sparkman in November of 2018, we immediately began seeing improvements in her grades and, more importantly, in her self-confidence. Within 2 short months, all of her scores, including standardized testing, improved tremendously. She made the honor roll for the first time last year, and her last report card revealed straight A's. Her last STAR report shows my precious third grader reading at a 5th grade level. I am beyond proud. There's absolutely no doubt that these monumental changes occurred due to how incredible our Sparkman school is. This brings to mind the proverb, good things come in small packages. Our teachers are dedicated to facilitating learning and have positively impacted my daughter's path beyond words. Not only would it be devastating to our community, but also personally agonizing to have our school closed and our children bused so far away. I honestly believe it would be truly detrimental for my child's learning as well as her self-esteem. So please consider the massive negative impact that closing our school would have on each of our children, our community, and our families, as well as my sincere feelings towards this life-changing matter. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you. Brady Harmon. And the next person after that, is it Bobby Walker or Bookie Walker? Okay, you'll be next.
Hello, my name is Brady Harmon, and my wife is a teacher at Sparkman, and my 3 children, hopefully my 4th next year, will be enrolled at Sparkman. I'm from Arkadelphia. I graduated there and own a business in Arkadelphia. I bleed Badger blue and red, but my heart is in Sparkman, and that's my community. And the reason I wanted to talk today is because I just feel like within the last 15 years, we really have not received a fair shake. Excuse me. I don't believe we've received a fair shake in the last 15 years since consolidation. And the reason for that is because, decisions were made, some of them before Dr. Snow's time, that I feel like all led us to this point. When you started off, we lost our 6 years ago, or 3 years ago, excuse me, we lost our sports. We lost our agri. That started the decline. People wanted to play sports, so they started moving their kids to other districts. Then we lost agri. That affected us. Then, the district decided that the best thing to do to save costs on teachers was to put all of the elementary on MobiMax. And my wife, being an elementary teacher, she was told this is great. MobiMax is going to be fantastic. It's going to help you. You're not going to have to worry about lesson plans as much. And it was really built up to Sparkman as this fantastic thing. What they found out was that it was not what was best, and our kids fell behind. And those numbers up there show it. The numbers that were put on the screen were the years that those kids were on MobiMax. After that, classes were consolidated. That caused another mass exodus. You know, parents of elementary kids didn't even want to think about their first and second grader being in the same class. My wife, being one of those teachers, will tell you that she learned a whole lot about herself while having to teach 2 grades and make sure standards were covered, you know, on both sides. That also was a decision that caused a lot of people to leave. With the state's help, like Dr. Snow said, they came in and said, no, this isn't working. You've been set up to fail. You know, Miss Rocky Malone came and observed my wife's classroom and told her, look, don't worry, this is not your fault. You were set up for failure. This was never going to work. Those decisions we're now being punished for. You know, and the thing that I feel like hasn't been brought to light like it should is that rise in the elementary score that was second in the state was when those programs were finally removed. That's when those programs were removed and teachers were allowed to teach. And so I just want you guys to look at and not punish us for the things that have been decided for us to make things better that have now failed. We have a system we feel like we could go to and improve on a lot of those things. We feel like if the high school was able to get some teachers like our plan calls for, those grades would excel just like the elementary did. And so I don't envy you guys. I know this is a hard decision. I can't imagine having this job of being on this board, but I just hope and pray that y'all look at this from every single angle and truly make a decision about what's best for our kids.
Thank you. Mr. Walker? No.
Okay, my time will go.
Okay. Tuba? Oh, here comes Mayor Craig. Sorry. And then Tuba will be next.
Good afternoon. My name is Ricky Craig, Mayor of City of Sparkman. I'm here with prayers in my heart because our children is our greatest asset. Farming is our business down that way. Timberland. I just want to let you know that rural areas provide food for the cities. We raise the beef, the pork, the poultry. We get the logs out of the woods. We manufacture the lumber at our sawmills, which we have 3. Mr. White is here. They cut the best lumber in the United States, Ray White Lumber Company. So I just want to let you know that we provide the food for the Little Rock area. We provide the building material. Our children, we train them to be farmers in agri. So these rural areas is vital to keep open so that we can have people that will supply the material you need to live the life you live. When you destroy our lifestyle and our children's lifestyle, putting them on a bus at 5 o'clock in the morning, I heard what Mr. Snow said. His 50-minute drive from the county line, Forest Point to Harmony Grove in my car on a good day, good condition. Now the bus gonna stop. You put young children on that bus there early in the morning, they're not gonna learn anything. They're gonna have wet pants and everything when they get to school probably. So I'm begging and I'm praying that someone will hear our plea and save our children because they are our most valuable asset. And I want to let you know that Sparkman, Arkansas, have put out some of the most brilliant people in the world. Doctors, lawyers, psychiatrists, engineers, IBM CEOs. So we could just go on down the line. Many professional people come out of the rural area. And I went to school, and I just want to say this, and I'm going to get down. When I went to school, we had raggedy books, didn't have a cover. There was hand-me-downs because I went to school back in the 50s, in the 60s. I went to Marine Corps in 1969, moved to Michigan. Let me tell you, rural areas is the best place to live. I lived in California and Michigan. I moved back to Arkansas, and I moved back to rural. I have horses and cows, and I cut hay. I love that. And these children, and I love that. But we produce what you need. So don't destroy the rural, because if you do, you're going to destroy yourself one day. Because we produce what the world needs. Food, we plant the soybeans. We're farmers. And our children, we grow them up to be farmers. And we don't have drive-by shooting. We teach our children morals down in Sparta, Arkansas, and in the rural areas. So we don't have drive-bys. So I'm just praying and begging that give us a chance to. And the county judge is here, Dallas County Judge, Merrick Clark, he's here. My goal is to rebuild Sparkman. I talked to a man yesterday about building about 15 or 20 new homes there. We're gonna try to build our community back up. Yes, it went down, but we're gonna rebuild our county and our community. If you remove our school, there'll be one school left in the entire Dallas County, so please think about this seriously. When you have a county as large as Dallas County, one school, that's a disaster. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And just so that y'all know, this group as a whole is not from Little Rock. We're all from rural areas. So, not that there's anything wrong with being from Little Rock, but we get it. Ms. Tupper, Ms. Tupper. And then after that, Nolan? Yeah.
Hello, my name's Kojo. Can y'all hear me good?
Say your name and.
Okay. My name's Kojo Tupa, and I'm a senior at Sparkman High School. I'll graduate this year. And
Congratulations.
Thank you. And I'm gonna graduate with 30+ college credit hours, and that's because I had virtual Arkansas. Sparkman has been put through a lot of tests, and we haven't had a chance to relax and grow, and I'm sorry, I'm nervous. And virtual Arkansas is a challenge. It's taught me how to be dependent on myself, taught me how to grow up and understand that my work comes from hard work and from understanding it. I drive to Harmony Grove, I drive 3rd period and I arrive 4th period, and I take a plane trigonometry. I take that because I've taken all of the college classes that are available at Virtual Arkansas, and I did not want to take a class that was not useful. And it has been a real challenge to adjust. I'm a real outgoing person in my group, but since I arrived at Harmony Grove, I did not talk to anyone except for the person in the sign-in office for about 5 weeks. And sorry.
Fine. You're doing a good job.
All right, anyways, Sparkman has basically been given the scraps. So, like, whenever the school gets money for new buses and other stuff like that, we get the older buses. We get, we get all the hand-me-downs, it feels like. We get isolated and we get bullied on. I'm a 12th grader and I have to be walked to the bathroom every day. We get 2 minutes to go to the bathroom, 3 periods. I'm sorry, this is just nerves. Even through the challenges, the presentation that Dr. Snow showed of the high school grades of being a D, we haven't dropped. It has been a real adjustment and really hard, but we've stayed in there. We haven't dropped our grade, and I think with more adjustment and allowing kids to grow up and realize that they have to grow up and understand how to do their own work, that it will help. There are changes that need to be made. Like the financial aid person said that if it keeps going like it is, then Sparkman's going to be in financial distress. But that's if nothing changes. There's been many things that have been proposed to help the changes and help the students in the community. and I think it just really needs to be looked at. And there's also been,
You have about 15 seconds.
okay. I just say thank you. We need a chance because it is a hard change, especially if y'all decide not to keep our school open. It's going to be really hard on students, and we just been through change after change after change, and I don't think we've been given the opportunity to grow and to learn how to take this. And I sent y'all an email about it. I'm much more adequate at writing than I am at speaking. But, thank you for your time, and thank you for listening.
Pause. Here it comes. Now then.
My name is Caitlin Allen, and I'm a 7th grader at Sparkman School. I have attended Sparkman School for 5 years, from 3rd grade to 7th, and hopefully on to 12th. When I was in the 4th grade, Harmony Grove School District made the decision to put students in Sparkman on computers in a program called MobyMax. This was a very poor decision. I did not benefit from the way I was being taught. The website for MobyMax states that MobyMax helps struggling learners quickly catch up grade levels and closes learning gaps. Sounds great, right? Well, it did not do that for me. In fact, it did the opposite. My 5th grade year, the district again made a poor decision that negatively affected my academics. On top of being on MobyMax throughout each day, the 5th and 6th grade, along with the other grades, were combined into one classroom where once again, the teachers were not able to provide appropriate education. After 2 years on MobyMax and 1 year in a combined class, I entered the 6th grade last year with a 2nd grade reading level, and my math was in a 3rd grade level. So I guess it is safe to say MobyMax did not close my learning gaps. Thankfully, last year I was not in a combined grade, and the teachers, seeing the negative outcome caused by MobyMax, decided to stop using it. Last year, I was able to get hands-on learning that I needed for the first time since 3rd grade, and I automatically excelled. In a little over a year, I learned I can do hard things. My reading level has jumped up 2 grade levels, and my math score is now greater than 10th grade. On top of all of this, about a year ago, my birth mother abandoned me and my brother. This was around the time that I started truly excelling. For most kids my age, this would have negatively affected every area of my life. In my case, however, the teachers in Sparkman encouraged me and constantly reminded me that God has a plan for my life. My 4th grade teacher and her husband even stepped up and fought for custody over me and my brother. Sparkman School has truly shown me love like I've never known before. I simply want to ask you today to do the same thing for Sparkman as it has done for me over the last year. Please just give Sparkman a chance to gain stability, a chance to prosper, and a chance to have a hope and a future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Stracener. Christian, Stracener. Okay. Franks.
I would ask if I could pass I'm Lauren Franks. I'm a mom, parent, whatever. But I would like to give my time to Miss Taylor, who has a plan that she wasn't able to share earlier about a way to do, if that's okay, to give my time.
We typically don't
Okay,
give time.
and that'll be fine.
Yeah.
I'll just go ahead
Yeah.
and respect y'all's time. Thank you for the consideration. Good morning. I mentioned that a while ago. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to y'all. I'm from our community. I've lived there my entire life. And I'm real nervous because I'm a nurse practitioner student, so I'm normally one-on-one, so with the patient. While a little more about me may not make a difference today, it does tell the story of the importance of Sparkman School in the community and in my life. I graduated in 2002 with 17 people. Of those, half have graduated with a bachelor's degree and several with a master's degree. I'm currently in my last semester as nurse practitioner school, and my goal is to open a clinic in Sparkman to hope that it will grow. You may be thinking, what does this have to do with the school? But it's because of the small school that helped me to become a caring, compassionate, educated, and driven person.
I am today. Then and now, the teachers knew if something were going on in our lives, and they would try to help us. They gave emotional, mental, educational support because we were not one of 25. Two teachers you heard from previously, Miss Bobby Walker was my 5th grade teacher. Miss Taylor is my son's 6th grade teacher, and he hates math. But in 1 year, in 1 semester, he went from a 5th grade math level to greater than 9th grade and loves math. I'm thankful for them being here and thinking outside of the box, because the students do matter and they love them. I'm also a children's minister at Sparkman First Baptist Church, where I get to see many of these students on a weekly basis. I also drive the church van, and for 5 miles, it's real hard sometimes. For some of them, they lack basic life needs at home. But at this small school, their needs are met because of the teachers and the other staff that see their needs. I pray that you will help us to continue to stay open with the new plan that Ms. Taylor has. We are just asking for the chance to continue to make educated, caring individuals. In closing, we have always been known as the Mighty Raiders, but it was not for the numbers, it was for heart and believing and doing what was impossible. Mr. Rogers once said, and I love Mr. Rogers, anyone who does anything to help a child in his life is a hero. Thank you.
Thank you.
Clint Waller. Is that not good? 3. Okay.
My name is Clint Walker. I'm a citizen of Sparkman and a parent. There's just something special about small towns. The closeness, the slower pace of life. And a small town is a place where most of us call home. It's a place you always want to be able to go back to. It's a school where the teachers know you and love you as your own parents do. It's still that way in Sparkman. My family, as well as others, have moved back with intent to raise our family just as our parents did. We want a place to call home, to provide for our family. We want a reason for our kids to move back. As you all know in your positions, that your decisions affect our town in a much deeper way than just the school. You have the ability to uphold or condemn an entire community right now. We have an amazing school, Sparkman. As you can see, small town, big heart. Our kids are educated well, and with the ability to make a few adjustments like we have, we could do even better. If Harmony Grove fought as hard to keep us open as they have to close us, we'd be in good shape right now. I work in Arkadelphia, and on my way to work, I drive by the school at 6 o'clock each morning, right after 6. And there's a Harmony Grove bus sitting right there at the school to pick up our kids. He says we're not going to have a 2-hour ride, but it's already happening. They pick them up. They 2 hours one way, 2 hours back. That makes a 10-hour day for students. 10-hour days. I can't even handle that on a work day. This will create an educational desert, as Mr. Askew said. They'll have the kids will have to travel 25 to 30 miles in each direction, and that should almost be considered educational neglect. That is not the guarantee of equal access to public education that is mentioned in our state constitution. After all, Arkansas has described itself as the land of opportunity. What kind of opportunity is that providing? I don't feel like this is a Sparkman-specific problem. With minimum wage increase and the mandated teacher salary raises, this is just the tip of the iceberg for rural Arkansas. A solution has got to be found. It's not sustainable. I hope you will allow our school to stay open until this solution is found. You know what's crazy about this? We're not even in the red right now. We're in the black, and this is all about shutting our school down before we're given a chance, right? What's the rush? This is an irreversible decision. We ask that you leave our doors open for now, because once the doors are closed, the doors are closed. They're not coming back. A viable plan has been presented to Harmony Grove in the past, and they don't listen. They're too self-focused. I pray that you have compassion on us when making your decision.
Thank you. Mr. Sivens? Sivens.
Well, that's a G.
Oh.
I'm Ed Givens. Can you hear me? My dad graduated from Sparkman High School about 1938. I graduated from Sparkman High School in 1962. I've spent almost 76 years in that area, with the exception of going to school in the military. When I was a senior in high school, I had no intention of going to college. But I was fortunate enough some way to win a scholarship for $1,000 from GP to go to Arkansas A&M, which is now UAM, to study forestry. I did that, and after the first year I said, I'm not quitting now, I'm gonna get it. So I ended up spending the balance of that $1,000 scholarship to buy books for the sophomore year. Times have changed. I have two sons that graduated from Sparkman High School in the early 1990 years. Both of them went to Henderson. One graduated with a bachelor's, one with a master's. Back to my 1962 time, I have two brothers and three sisters that graduated from Sparkman High School. One brother graduated from UAM, degree in forestry, decided he wanted to teach. He went to SAU and then to the university to get his teaching degree. Have three sisters. One graduated from UAM, two graduated from Henderson. I have numerous nieces, nephews, and maybe great nieces and nephews, I don't know how that goes, that have gone and are going to Sparkman schools. I think we have produced a pretty good educational system, and I think if given the credits, that will continue to produce good students. I would like for you, the board, to check into the situation of the Kingsland consolidation and see who Kingsland was consolidated with and check the distance between those schools. And then I'll run out of time on this one. The demise of small schools started many years ago when the school district boundaries was allowed to be lax. And if you check the students, a bulk of the students that's going to Harmony Grove School, and some even to Bearden, they live in a corner of the county that's about equal distance from the three schools, Harmony Grove, Bearden, and Sparkman. Thank you.
Deborah Lewis. And then the last one will be Candace Williams.
My daughter was caught up in the bad decisions that Mr. Snow wasn't a part of, but he did come back and give us a teacher. She was caught up in first grade with Moby Mac. She was caught up in second grade with combined classes. She was caught up in third grade with combined classes. So she's had only 1 year of a teacher in all these years. When she got to third grade, we had Miss Harmon, amazing woman. He stepped in. He gave us all kinds of help. It was awesome. But she was still in a combined class. Teacher was having to teach 2 different grades, but she was at a 1.2. This year she had Miss Taylor and Miss Pennington. She has 3 teachers and Miss Carroll. She is at a 3.8 to a 4.5 grade point average now on her reading. But this is the first year she's actually got to do it. She's actually had a teacher. She's actually got to thrive. So the Harmony Grove, their students have never been put through this. They weren't put in a combined class. They weren't put on Moby Mac. So there's no data to their score to our score. I started at Sparkman. I was a PE aide anyway, and I started in the combination when they did all this, the consolidation. And we've always been their stepchild. We've always been, they had to take us. And it's a result of some of the decisions to save money has hurt our kids. And we just want the opportunity to let them grow. We don't have to close this year. Give them a chance. Because most of these students my daughter started with have left because of the combined classes, because of these decisions, and everybody kept saying, well, all you gotta do is just leave, go to Harmony Grove. That's not the answer. Our teachers are not our problem. Our administration who implemented these decisions that they thought was the best thing to save money for Sparkman is what hurt our child. Not that, not the students. Our teachers, last year in the 3rd grade, they actually did tutoring. They tutored these kids after school and was not paid for it. They did it on their own dime. They stayed after to help our kids, to put our kids back to where they need to be because they saw what happened and they went out of their way. And so I just want you to think about it and give the opportunity to let us stay open for another years and to see where we go. But anyway, but thank you so much.
Thank you. And Ms. Williams.
All right, last one, I guess. I'm Candace Williams with Rural Community Alliance, and I sent an email to you all.
Yes.
I just wanted to publicly show our support to Sparkman. The bill that you referenced earlier, Act 377 of 2015, we advocated for that for 10 plus years. In 2015, Governor Hutchinson heard us. We had Cozart and Clark, on our side, and we were finally able to get schools some relief from that 350, feeling like that was their nail in the coffin. And as mentioned earlier, Kirby, they've been before you all, and they're making it work. They've gone to 4 days. This can work. So the census, the 2020 census will show us what we already know. Everything below Little Rock is, we have a few pockets where it's growing, but other than that, we're losing population. So people are still there. Even with my personal experience, I'm from the Elaine community, our school district. I was part of the last graduating class from that school. And like you said, a community never heals from that. Nothing hurts a rural community like losing the heart, the nucleus of that community, like closing our doors. So if at all possible, if you all could work some kind of way from the state point, local point, to really address not just today's Sparkman, but there are other Sparkmans out there. There are other schools that are in fear because of the teacher increase, the salary. We need that, we know we need that, but schools are literally like grasping their pearls because they're scared of their financial state when the money from the state runs out. So I don't think this could have happened at a better time with the adequacy study going on. Like Senator Maylard mentioned, we really need to look at a better way to fund our more rural schools. So I just want to publicly show our support to Sparkman. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, do you have any further comments or questions, Ms. Newton?
I guess I just have some comments so you can kind of hear where the struggle has been. First of all, I want to thank the community for your turnout and just to see how much you care and you love your kids and your community and just no matter what happens, I hope that y'all will continue to do that, to speak up and stand for your kids. This is a very, very difficult decision that we're faced with, and I want y'all to realize that we're not taking it lightly. We understood, and I'm sure the rest of the board, like I have made it a matter of prayer to pray about it, to think about it, and to study and to ask questions, and so some of my concerns are I see the progress that the elementary has made, but I know that we have a responsibility to make sure that every student in that district has a free and appropriate public education. And I don't know if all of you realize this, but I took the time to go down and visit the Sparkman campus and to see for myself what was going on. And the elementary teachers were working so hard, and to me that would have been a dream job, because every class, less than 10 kids, you can give them the one-on-one attention that they need, and I don't have a doubt about the rise in scores that you're going to see from that, because you're able to spend so much time with those kids, catching them up and getting them on grade level, and that's a great situation. But once I got to the 7th and 8th grade and the 9th and 10th and 11th and 12th, I'm going to be honest, my heart broke for those kids. you know, it's not a good situation. It's not what those kids need. And you know, they may get the academics they need, but there's more to education than sitting and getting knowledge put into you. You know, learning communication skills, learning to communicate, learning to work with a team, learning to get along with others, being in a situation of a group of peers and knowing how to communicate, being involved in extracurricular activities. I can go on and on. All of you that have been in high school, you know what all of those things are. So that's concerning to me. The other thing that I think about is, you know, the progress that has been made is that at the elementary level, several of you said it's because this is the first year that we've had an opportunity for those kids to have a teacher. That breaks my heart again. You know, that's you know, what have we done to those students that they didn't have that opportunity? And then I look and hear them talking about finances and saying, well, if it stays open, then we're going to have to go back and do blended classes. We're going to have to go back and do those things. But then you've got a plan, but our hands are tied. We can't make anybody do anything. All we can do is say, yes, you're going to stay open, or no, you're not. And so I hope you see the struggle that I'm having with this. This is, you know, my total mindset is what is best for those students, and that's how I'm going to make my decision. You know, how do I balance what I'm hearing on both sides? You know, and how do we get where we need to be? You know, because this is not only affecting the kids, but it affects the adults. But I've got to keep my focus on the kids, and I hope you realize that I've got to keep my focus on what is best for those students, what is going to give them the best opportunity whenever they leave high school, whenever they leave. Some of them are going to stay in the Sparkman community, but some of them are not. Some of them are going to go find opportunities elsewhere in the world. What is going to give them the best opportunity to succeed in the world as they go out? So those are the things that I'm mulling over. Those are the things that I'm thinking about and wrestling with as we talk about this. And I hope some of the other board members will kind of give me your thoughts and what you're thinking along those lines also.
Mr. Williamson, did you have any further comments?
No, ma'am, not right now.
Okay, and Ms. McFetridge, did you?
Yes, ma'am. I have to say also I'm very concerned about how we're educating the high school students. I think we're doing them a huge disservice. And we have to think about their future employability in this global community. I'm just very concerned. I think that's my comment at this point.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Hill, did you have anything further?
I just want to, Ms. Newton, since she's visited, do you think the progress, though, will be seen when you're looking at this 10 years of consolidation now? How long ago was it?
15.
15, all right. And the students in the pipeline, do you think the learning will be enhanced because of the elementary schools now with those students moving on, because the foundation they're getting those other kids did not get?
The elementary students this year.
This year, yes.
Those, you know, 8 to 10 students in each grade, those kids are getting what they need. But once you hit 7th grade, all the way up.
But I'm saying, do you
Yeah.
think with this cycle will be enhanced, though, because the foundation of elementary kids
Well,
in the future? I'm asking.
Okay, I know. And I guess what I will say to that is, if the situation in 7 through 12, as far as the instructional methods stay the same, then no.
Okay.
I don't think you're going to see progress if everything stays the same.
Okay.
Ms. Chambers, anything else?
I want to make sure that I understood. If a child in junior high, middle school, junior high, or high school in Sparkman wanted, for all the reasons that you just mentioned, Ms. Newton, to have more services and more amenities, could they choose into Harmony Grove today?
They're not. This is not a separate district. They wouldn't have to choice. They're part of the Harmony Grove district, so they are They have, I think, was it at 70-something students that are going there now?
Right.
So they can do that, yes.
So, one of the things I was really listening for, and it goes back to the threshold, the law that was previously set with the 350, and I'm a numbers person, and it's very compelling looking at the numbers as a means of judging the efficacy, the efficiency of a dollar spent in the state on a student. Because we're trying to make sure, we have a duty of care to make sure every student, you know, and we can all maybe agree that we're going to disagree on the definition of what it means to provide an adequate education. But I have to admit that over the years in this role, getting a chance to hear communities come and make their statement about that threshold, and that's only one threshold, but it's the rural community threshold, right? Small school. And obviously this isolation element is geographically dispersed communities is a different issue. But the point is, I've come to even more fully appreciate the importance of vital communities for a school. And I do sense, I hope, we can't have pride in the existence of a community being the justification of keeping a school open that maybe is not able to provide for our children. I don't hear that from you. I hear that because I was really lucky to be raised by, if I was out on the street doing something I shouldn't have been doing, my mother and father would be sure to hear about it. So the community was a part of my upbringing and what it meant to be, what a good person looked like. And so I think that's a really, really important part of an education and growing up. As most things in life, there are two sides to this story. I so appreciate what Harmony Grove, what the superintendent and the board are trying to do and what they're thinking about in terms of the numbers. So in terms of signaling kind of my current thoughts, I'm not voting against Harmony Grove, but I am voting for Sparkman having a chance. This is not going to last indefinitely. Not to make a pun, this isolated school is not an isolated issue for the state. It's a much broader issue for us. And I'm hopeful that this study and work that we'll continue to do will help us understand the longevity of having a viable school that's not near an urban area or an easily annexed situation. The one thing I would ask, if you could find, because I do think the vote is interesting, the 5-2 and where those folks were, what they were representing. I did hear a lot of we, they today. And that's not good for the community, whatever you do. And so I'm very hopeful if it's one more year, because the finances will catch up with us. Changes will have to be made. But I'm hopeful that the communities can take advantage of this time to come together and really be a we and maybe a way that the earlier consolidation did not cause, so that whatever decision you make, even though it may be difficult, it will be difficult. It's just where will you choose your difficulties, but that you make the decision together.
Ms. Dean, anything more?
I agree with everything that's been said so far, so I won't repeat it. My same struggle. It's my same struggle. It looks like the students at the elementary school are finally getting that opportunity to thrive, and the junior high and high school students are really facing a challenge. I can speak from my own experience once again. I have 4 children, 2 girls, 2 boys. One of my girls does great with online courses. And my oldest child, who's very bright, always been very studious, always been advanced, she cannot do online courses. I don't know why, but she can't. She doesn't do well with her online courses. But you put her in a classroom, she excels. So I think forcing students to have to learn from one way that's not fair, and it doesn't, that's not the way to do education. I think, I agree, I did hear a lot of we, they, and I think as well, you have an opportunity to actually bring some unity with the time allotted, because I agree, I'm not voting against Harmony Grove, but I think Sparkman deserves an opportunity to do what is best for their students and do what's best for the kids. And as I spoke to earlier, this kind of hit home for me. It kind of pulled on a heartstring for me because it took me back to my childhood. And that experience, being so far away from going to school so far away from home, was not a good experience. My mom who was a homemaker and a pastor's wife, went from being the homeroom mom who was at the school almost every day. Everybody knew Mrs. Camp. She went from being a very active participant in being involved as a parent to hardly ever stepping foot on campus ever again. And not only was that hard for me, it was hard for her as well. When you want to be involved. And if I take this from the community and parental involvement aspect, this is not conducive for what I'm trying to do while I'm on the state board, which is help parents to be more involved, to be more engaged, help the community to be more engaged. This works against that. So for those reasons, I'll be voting that Sparkman continues to stay open. I would encourage the superintendent to be open-minded, look for solutions, pray, ask God for guidance, because I believe there is a way. I believe there is a way to do it and to get it done. We just have to be open and look for solutions. Thank you.
Dr. Moore?
Yes, I am. In echoing the difficult decision that we have at hand, I think we as a board are weighing our responsibilities under law and from the General Assembly of providing an excellent education for all students in the state. And one thing that just keeps echoing in my mind is the idea that all high school students should have, every high school needs to have 38 courses for all students. And I believe that all students should have access to those 38 courses. And 4 teachers is not going to do that. Now, obviously, they will still have 38 courses, but they'll be online. But this is not just a Sparkman issue. This is a greater issue in the state of how are we, as a state, supporting rural communities that aren't able to staff to that. But again, echo a hard decision and appreciate all the comments that have been said today.
Ms. McAdoo?
I just wanted to let the students know that I am so very proud of you for having the courage and the strength to get up here and speak from your heart. I think you represented your community, your parents, the state of Arkansas very well, so thank you.
I have lived through 2 or 3 of these. I think I keep coming back to the fact that it's been a 15-year consolidation. So there has been some time. I too, as a former teacher, am concerned about high school students doing online. There might have been some courses, math and science and English, that would have worked well for me. I'm not so sure social studies would, but you never know. The facilities, we didn't talk about that. Are the facilities similar, or are there issues or whatever with the facilities? I know when Violet Hill and Oxford consolidated, they picked a central place for their high school. But are your facilities similar, equal, unequal? Maybe come, yeah, please. Come, yeah, I'm asking you, and if you will, come to the microphone.
Basically, the Sparkman campus is in one building. and there's no issues with that building as far
You're
as.
warm, safe, and dry?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And Harmony Grove is as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And the capacity,
We're gonna have to rearrange some things, but yes, we do have the capacity.
okay, thank you. Anybody else? Do I have a motion?
Happy to make a motion, but I'm trying to figure out what was.
You'll make a motion
Yeah, it was-
to, okay, go ahead.
So I would make a motion to deny closing Sparkman K through 12 at the end of the 2019-20 school year.
Have a motion by Ms. Chambers, a second by Ms. Dean. We need to take a roll call on this. No, I mean, we have to.
Dr. Moore,
No.
Mr. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. McFetridge,
No.
Ms. Dean,
Yes.
Ms. Chambers,
Yes.
Dr. Hill,
Yes.
Ms. Newton.
No.
4 votes for the motion, 3 against.
Motion passes. The Sparkman will not be closed this coming year. I will say this to the community, and I have been a school administrator as well as a teacher. There are a lot of things that doing school is hard, and there are a lot of things administrators have to consider in addition to just the day-to-day one-on-one instruction, albeit that the most important. But they have to look at the finances, they have to look at the facilities, they have to look at the transportation. And it has been my experience that in those districts where, for lack of a better analogy, the Band-Aid was ripped off quickly and everybody then began to heal, and it took time, but to delay what may be inevitable may or may not be in the best interest. And I'm sorry, I just realized that Representative Womack, you were wanting to speak. Okay, I'm sorry. I saved you. Anyway, if you want to leave, then you're welcome to do so. And we understand the frustration on both parts. Need to do board, and those of you who are in the audience for other board, and those of you who are in the audience for other, and those of you who are in the audience for other items that are on the morning agenda, we are going to break for lunch now, and we will be back at 1:20. So if you will plan around that. Sorry, but these are not easy or decisions that can be made quickly. Commissioner has things he needs to discuss with us about going forward on I didn't give them back to you very neatly. We were supposed to reconvene at 1:20. The governor is going to have a press conference at 1:45, so we will wait until after that to convene. But we will finish up the schedule as scheduled today. I apologize for those of you who have come in from a distance. This is strange times and unusual, and so we will listen to the governor's press conference. We will not listen to the part of it when the press asks questions, because most of the time you can't hear their questions anyway. But we will live stream it in here. If you want to stay in here or go out in the lobby, or if you have something you need to do in the next 40 minutes, then I apologize again, but we're all just doing the best we can on the fly.
Lori? Very good. Just wanted to make sure you're here. Good. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me for this important announcement. I know that some of you will be here following for a conversation on the situation with the coronavirus, but I wanted to make sure that we have a full complement of highway commissioners as we go into a very important time in Arkansas with issue 1 on the ballot, with so many decisions that our highway commission has to make daily. And I want to applaud our highway commissioners that are here, which I think we have a full contingency of. Mr. Chairman, would you introduce the commissioners?
Robert Moore, honored to be the new chairman of the Highway Commission. Alex Farmer from Jonesboro is the vice chairman. Philip Taldo, next to him from Springdale, and Keith Gibson back here from Fort Smith.
And we have our new and we have our new director.
And our new director to be Lori Tudor.
Good.
She'll take over director on March 20th. Scott Bennett, who does not like to be overlooked, is still.
Oh. Scott, I just about overlooked you. That's right. Yeah, thank you, Scott, for your leadership. And I also wanted to, before I make the announcement, say a word about Tom Schick, and grateful for his longtime leadership, service on the commission, and service to the state of Arkansas. And I understand Patrick is here. And Patrick, thank you. Thank you for your dad's service, but also thank you for honoring us with this statement of a transition and continued commitment. Thank you, Patrick. And so I have known the next member of the Highway Commission for many years, and Marie Holder is a smart businesswoman. She is smart, she is talented, she is tough, and she's service-minded. And I think that is exactly what we need, a new highway commissioner. I am proud of my relationship with her through the years. I've seen her as she served on the state medical board, as she's been very protective in representing consumers on the medical board. She brings the perspective of a businesswoman, she brings the perspective of a mom, and she brings the perspective of someone that is dedicated to public service. She's from Central Arkansas, she's from Little Rock, and it's important that our next commissioner is from Central Arkansas to bring balance to the commission. And I cannot think of anybody that will serve the commission in our state of Arkansas better than Marie Holder, and I know she'll introduce her family that's here as well. But if you would, please join and welcome the next Highway Commissioner for the state of Arkansas, Marie Holder.
I am honored to serve the people of Arkansas and Governor Asa Hutchinson. As a mother of 2 children, Alex and Kate, one of whom is a newly licensed driver, Alex back there, she's 16 years old, I will put safety first in every decision that I make. My commitment to safety begins with encouraging voters to go to the polls on November 3rd and vote yes on issue 1. This continuation of highway funding will ensure that we can provide critical maintenance and improvement to Arkansas state highway system. As a businesswoman, I will work to promote transportation system's fiscal responsibility and transparency. It is a great honor to fulfill the term of Tom Schick. Chairman Schick was an excellent advocate for the people of Arkansas and the 2nd District. It is a great honor to fulfill the term, it is a great honor to serve with Commissioners Farmer, Gibson, and Chairman Moore, also with Philip Taldo, Commissioner Taldo, the General Assembly, and the Governor. Thank you for your trust and support. I also want to thank my family here today, my husband Ryan and daughters Alex and Kate. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marie, and I want to add one thing, that she is going to be fulfilling the remainder of the term of Tom Schick on the Highway Commission, but it is my intention to reappoint her next January, assuming I'm still here and in office to reappoint her to the full term. So boys, get used to her. She's going to be there for a while. And if there's, I know we're going to reconvene here in a moment to talk about another issue, but if there's any questions related to this, we'd be happy to take any questions.
What went the decision?
What went into the decision was I wanted to have somebody who is highly qualified, that's somebody that is trustworthy, that is committed, and I've seen their experience in service, and Marie Holder fits that category. Obviously, by the fact that she brings diversity to the commission, it is an added bonus. But she stands on her own right as someone that has contributed greatly to the state of Arkansas, that is a leader, that is a smart businesswoman, as I've said. She brings a lot to the table in her own right, and I love her integrity. I love her perspective and the perspective that she'll bring to the commission. So those were some of the factors that came into the appointment. Obviously, there's many that could fulfill that role, but this is a special trust that she will fulfill with the people of Arkansas, and I think she's uniquely qualified to do that. Thank you all. We'll be back in a few minutes. Senator. Today I'm joined by Secretary Nate Smith, of course, our Director of the Department of Health, but also Marcy Doderer of Arkansas Children's Hospital, Dr. Cam Patterson, UAMS. I'm also pleased to be joined by the co-chairs of the Senate House Public Health Committee, Senator Missy Irvin and Representative Jack Lademan. And I want to thank them for their support of what we're trying to do here in the state of Arkansas. And Mayor, I also want to recognize the Mayor of Little Rock and thank you for your partnership. I know you've had to make some tough calls, and I wanted to recognize you and your partnership as well. The purpose of this, and I talked to Dr. Smith today, that as this continues, we're likely to have regular updates to you. And it's one way to flow information. Today is, I think, important to communicate once again to the public. And I want everybody to understand that as we make decisions, I want to be guided by the recommendations and counsel of our public health professionals. And that's why our public health experts are here. This is a public health emergency that I've declared in the state of Arkansas, and it has to be dealt with in a public health fashion. And so I want everybody to know that we're listening to them and making decisions. Secondly, we're trying to give information to the public so that they can make the best decisions on their lives and their family and their plans. And so we want to share information as we have information as well. In terms of an update from yesterday, and the last 48 hours has been a whirlwind, because we had yesterday announced the first presumptive positive test. Well, overnight I was advised that we have 5 additional presumptive positives. So a total of 6 presumptive positives now, which does not come as a surprise because we've seen this in other states, that once you start testing, once you have an awareness as to the impact in one area, you obviously do additional testing and tracing and sourcing, and you learn of others that would have been exposed to it, and you're naturally going to have some additional positive tests. And so it's not a surprise, but it also is a signal that we have to take additional steps and action. Now, I look at it geographically, because something happens in one area of the state does not mean that another area of the state is automatically impacted. And so that is a factor geographically. We also have to recognize that we have a lot of meetings in Arkansas, and that people from all over the state or elsewhere travel. And so even though it might not be impacting your area, are you having contact with people that are in a different area? And so you have to take precautions that our health professionals will be talking about. In terms of action items, whenever you look at the additional presumptive positive cases, they are in a 4-county area: Saline County, Jefferson County, Pulaski County, and Grant County. When I say they're in those counties, it could be the patient, it could be a family member, it could be where they go to school, but there's some contact with those 4 counties. And because of that, we're having to do a great deal of tracing and running it down, and additional tests and interviews, and telling people, you know, that you've been in contact with somebody who has tested presumptive positive. And so those are the steps that we're following. But while we're doing that, of course, we get a lot of calls from the schools. And out of an abundance of caution, we have advised, and this is in consultation with Secretary Smith and our Commissioner of Education, Secretary Key, that we go ahead and advise that the schools in those 4 county areas should be closed for the next 2 weeks. And that allows us a time to get a handle on this. It allows us to do the checking that is necessary, but it is an abundance of caution for those children that would be going to those schools that might have some distant connection with an exposed individual there in that area. We are continuing to work. General Penn is here. We've got our Adam that is here as well, and we're working at looking at our stockpile, what is available in terms of protective equipment. We have an order in for additional protective equipment. So we're working those items to make sure that is available to our professionals, to our responders, our healthcare workers, and we're continuing to look at that and look to beef up that stockpile. And so with that, I wanted to recognize Dr. Smith to make additional comments, and then if we could go to Dr. Patterson and then to Marcy Doderer as well for additional comments. Dr. Smith.
Thank you, Governor. And I want to thank the Governor and his team as well as the other state agencies for the support they've given in addressing the COVID-19 issue here in Arkansas. As the Governor stated, overnight we have identified 5 additional individuals who have tested positive, and we will continue to do contact investigations for their contacts as well. So it's a widening circle of individuals that we're identifying, having them quarantined, and then testing them if they become symptomatic. Because some of these contacts were school-age children, this move was made in partnership with the Department of Education to recommend that those schools temporarily close to interrupt any cycles of transmission that might occur. We also are continuing to work to find additional information. We'll extend guidance to other communities if we find that there's need. We're working very closely with UAMS and with Children's Hospital in identifying contacts for this cluster, and we'll continue to work with them to build our capacity to address the needs of those who have potentially been exposed or those infected with COVID-19. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I want to thank Governor Hutchinson and our legislators for helping us to marshal the resources that we need to stay in front of the COVID-19 infection that has afflicted several Arkansans. And we are fortunate to be able to work closely with our partners, including Arkansas Children's Hospital, to make sure that every Arkansan, regardless of your age and regardless of where you live, is being adequately protected. At UAMS, we remain a resource for patients who are in need if they have become infected, although it is important to emphasize that our number one goal is to keep patients where they are if they are infected and if they are at a site where they can receive care, because most of the care that is rendered to a patient with COVID-19, in fact, all of the care that's rendered for a patient with COVID-19 is exactly the same as the care that we would give to a patient with a severe influenza infection. So that's important to emphasize. It's also important to emphasize that we do not have limitless resources, but for the time being, we have adequate supplies of personal protective equipment, medications, ventilators, and other medical necessities that would be needed to adequately take care of even a substantially larger burden of Arkansans infected with COVID-19. Now, as we move forward, we're going to have to keep close eye on the supplies that we have, and we're in communication with our partners, not just locally like Arkansas Children's, but our partners across the state to make sure that resources are available where they are needed. It's also really critical that we get the message out that if an individual is concerned about the possibility of having COVID-19 infection or they have questions about this, the last 2 places that they probably want to be are in an emergency room or a crowded clinic. And so this is a great opportunity to utilize other tools to get healthcare information. We are pushing as much of this out as we can. If we have hospitals, communities, clinics, or individuals that need more information, we, along with ADH, along with Children's, will be sources of that information. So do not hesitate to point people to us. If you come to UAMS and you have symptoms that might be consistent with COVID-19 infection, we have set up a separate triage center on our campus so that we're not mingling people who might have COVID-19 infection with people who have other medical issues. UAMS Health Now is available to all 3 million Arkansans who have questions or concerns about COVID-19. If you go to UAMS Health Now on your iPhone, your tablet, your laptop, you will have the chance to interact visually, face-to-face with a UAMS healthcare provider 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for any question that you have or concern that you have for free. So please get the message out. If in your community there are clinics, hospitals, individuals who have concerns that we can address, we are here standing by to help you out. Thank you.
So good afternoon. The one thing I might add to that is how to access some additional information specifically for children. Like my colleagues, I am extremely grateful to the help of our elected officials and particularly the Department of Health on how we're dealing with this, and you should be assured that you are surrounded by some really amazing and talented healthcare providers at all of our institutions right here. To augment and support the UAMS Health Now telehealth app, Children's Hospital, as of right now, has a 1-800 number available to any family who has a question about a child health issue related to COVID-19. 1-800-743-3616. That information will be pushed out publicly here very shortly. It's a telephonic way of answering those questions, but it will keep our children at home where they need to be and not necessarily in overcrowded clinics or in our emergency departments. Like others around the country who have faced this, we are implementing travel restrictions for our staff, visitor screening, staff screening. Really, it's an elevated way of responding to COVID-19 like we do regularly in the influenza season. So we have those precautions in place every winter when the flu hits us. We are just keeping those in place as we move into spring and being very, very precautionary on how people walk the hallways of the Children's Hospital in order to protect our staff and our teams and our patients and visitors as well.
Let me just add before I turn it over to questions that in terms of testing, we have the testing capacity through the Department of Health, and as this continues to change day by day, we are looking ahead and saying we need to have greater testing capacity. So we're working to expand that. UAMS is partnering with us on that, and thank you, Dr. Patterson, for looking for procuring the necessary equipment to do the testing at that site as well. So we'll be working in partnership with them to increase the testing capability within Arkansas. With that, I'll be happy to take questions.
These are presumptive cases, so how quickly?
State Board of Education meeting to order. And our first item from this morning, and thank you for your patience, and continue to remember these people that are making decisions and those who may become infected, so keep them in your thoughts and prayers. Our first item this afternoon is Western Yell County. They're wanting to ask for an extension of their waiver. Ms. McLaughlin.
Good afternoon. Kelly McLaughlin with the division. I do have a district extension request for waivers for Western Yell County. As a reminder, the school district will have 20 minutes to make their presentation. Any opposition will also have 20 minutes, and the district will then have 5 minutes to respond before the question and answer begins. Act 1240 of 2015 allows the school district to petition the State Board of Education for all or some of the waivers granted to an open enrollment public charter school. We do have representatives of Western Yell County here to present the board with a petition of waivers for superintendent licensure. The 90 days will expire on May 4th, and they are requesting for 2 years, which would end on June 30th, 2022. We have Superintendent Herschel Cleveland and Tommy Fink, the previous school board, local school board president.
Previous.
I believe so.
Thank you.
Mr. Secretary, Commissioner, and Madam Chairperson, and members of the board, I appreciate very much this opportunity to come and request a waiver. I apologize for my throat. It's just allergies. It's not anything else. Now, what we are doing at Western Yale, I had issued an invitation for a staff meeting for Monday to deal with the health issue, but I don't think it can wait till Monday. If I understood the governor correctly, he was closing down the schools in these 4 counties because of the virus. And if that's correct, I think our school district will have to prepare to deal with the situation in the event there is the virus found in Yale County. So we'll be doing that tomorrow instead of Monday. But these are very unusual times, and I appreciate the board's time in listening to our request for waiver. Now, Western Yale County is a consolidated school, and you get there by going straight up Cantrell, go through Perryville, through Perry, through Adona, through Casa, through Ola, Danville, and then you're there. And you're right at the southern foot of Mount Magazine. But the school district now has just under 350 students. I think in order to appropriately to discuss this need for waiver, we need to discuss basically 3 areas, and I'll add another one. We need to discuss the financial viability of Western Yale County. We need to discuss the ability of a child to get a good education in Western Yale County. And we also need to address the buses and the numbers. See, we've got just under 350 right now, and we need to discuss how we got there and where we're going. And the one thing, and I'll need to cover this a little bit later, is the school board recently voted to go the 4-day school route. And so we'll be doing that in the fall. We're making plans. We had a Zoom meeting with Mike Mertens and 13 other people yesterday that were either going on the 4-day school or are looking at it. So this is a real important decision for us. But we have a C rating for high school, C grade. We have a D grade for elementary. And upon my approval or your approval of me to be a superintendent, and when school started, I made an appointment with each teacher, with the principal of each school accompanying me. We went and talked to each teacher and we said, what do you need in order to teach your class? How much technology do you have? Is your technology working? And I said, these are the things that I want you to do. I want you to go back and look at last year's test scores, and I want you to make a list of all of your students who were not up to grade level. That's the first thing you do. The second thing you do is you go pull your parents' list and you make arrangements for them to come in or to visit with them on the phone. And after you do that, I want you to make a plan for bringing those students up to grade level. And then I did something, I don't know if y'all will agree with it or not, but I said, I want you to make homework for each tested subject, and I want you to send a little bit of homework home every day. So once that child gets home, their mind will go to their schoolwork. And some people agree with that and some do not. But that's what we did, trying to get our scores up. Now, as part of getting the scores up, there is required professional development. We now have 47 dyslexia students, and we deal with them with Barton. And we have the K through 2 teachers all have gone through RISE. They have gone through phonics. Our theory was, if we start building at the lower levels, then it will carry us on through later on, that will help us. But, you know, everybody tells me that if you want to get anything done in education, it takes you 3 years. And I tell them we don't have 3 years. We've got to get on it now. So we've got our 3 through 6 teachers scheduled for structures this next summer. They have had RISE on and off. And as chairperson, I get so upset when they take these teachers out of school for training. I really want them to stay there. So I have got with the curriculum coordinator, and we are going to look at the professional development needed for each and every teacher and try to work that in during the summer. Because I do not want them pulled out and missing school. What we need, we need them there. The other thing is I have put in the calendar for next year a day in the fall and a day in the spring. And that's for professional development. Now those have been there before, but what they've been doing is saying, oh, we're all up to date and get a day off, but we're going to utilize those. But my teachers are working hard. We've had 3 interim tests, the ACT Aspire test for grades 3 through 6. They are at this point inconclusive. The 3rd one has just been given. But see, if y'all allow me to remain there, I'm going to have to make my decisions on where I put everybody based on the 3rd interim test, because my April test won't be back till October, sometime like that. And I would like to have it right away so I could deal with things. But I'm thinking that we're going to need to do away with the departmentalization of 4, 5, and 6 and put them back into a contained classroom. But I'm just looking at those options because it's not quite time to make the decision, but we know that we have to make improvement in the academic area. And we know that it has to be now. We cannot wait and say, well, we got 3 years to do that, because I'm not sure we do. Now, I want to talk about the numbers. When I came down here in July to ask for this job, I didn't know what I was getting. And the first thing I was handed is I was handed a freedom of choice list of 39 children who wanted out of our school. They wanted to leave our school and go to a surrounding school, 39. So first thing I do is go look at the law and see what we do. And fortunately, I found that 3% clause. So when it was all said and done, now 30 of those children were coming from the elementary school. So that means not only are those children lost for this next year, but they're lost for the year after and the year after and the year after. It's a terrible thing. The way I looked at it is $300,000 trying to walk out the door, In the high school, there were 9. But I think it's very important to stop that bleeding. Now, 5 years ago, I don't know if y'all know this or not, but my wife was superintendent of that school back 6 years ago now, and they were in physical distress. And she got them out of physical distress and turned it over to a younger person who had paperwork. But the numbers from the time she left them, they went down from 422 down to 340. So when those numbers reached 340, I got a call or letter from Miss Cindy back here, Cindy Smith, and she says, we're going to look over all of your expenditures that are $500 or more, except fuel and stuff like that. And that was really kind of a blessing to us, but we've gone through 8 months, and I don't think I have asked for anything that she hasn't approved. The hardest thing I had to get past her was an ALE program. I applied for, Commissioner Key, I applied for ALE for elementary, because we were having some children in elementary who were having some real problems. And then I was told, well, no, you're too late. March was your deadline. And I said, but I couldn't ask for it in March. I need to do it now. And I really want to thank the department and Jared Hogue for allowing me to have that program. We contracted with Arch Ford to come and deliver those services, those ALE services, to Western Yale County School. And I sat through each of those conferences with the parents and the teachers to decide who was qualified to go in there. And I was really amazed at really the problems that some of our students had. And it's not fair to ask a regular classroom teacher to deal with those and the same time deal with their class. So I am thankful to the department for having the ALE. I'm also thankful to Arch Ford for supplying our teachers and our supervision. And I think that's making a difference. But in the numbers, what do we do? I had to let 15 of them go under the law, freedom of choice. So that left 24. And out of those 24, I started notifying them that they were not allowed to leave the district. And out of those 24, 13 of them left anyway. They were upset with our school for one reason or other. The reasons that I got from the parents, well, I went up to the school with an issue and they didn't take care of it, or, I'm afraid of your academics because of your scores. And I tried to talk some of them into staying, but 13 of those 24 left anyway. They either moved out of the district, or they homeschooled, or they cheated. And I don't know. I didn't follow up on them to see whether they did or not, because you don't want to make people do things that they don't want to do. But what we did, and try to get the numbers up, we tried to get the academics up. I think the academics is the key to any school. Went to the school board, and I said, what do y'all want me to do? What is your goal for this year? Each and every school board member said, we want to improve our academics. Y'all can't imagine what a blessing that is to a superintendent, to have the board fully behind the academics. And so we have gone forward, visited with every high school teacher. We've got our technology fella to go in and fix those things that are broken at the elementary, and fix those things that are broken. Then we got a $17,000 prize. And with that $17,000 prize, we bought new computers and we instituted an online program. So we can take students online in our own school district, give them computer, internet, and hook them up to one of our teachers. And that's brought in a few students. And it's been really good. We look at our finances. Now our finances, when I went over there, I looked at the ending, July 30th ending, and we were $156,000 in the red. So our $156,000 had to be transferred from the building fund to operating in order to close out the 2018-2019 school year. So the treasurer and I started to work on the 2019-2020 budget. The closest we could get to breaking even was $69,000. So we submitted a budget with a $69,000 deficit. With that $69,000 deficit, we thought we could transfer from operating over and even up. And this year, we'll have to make some cuts in staff. I mean, you can't just make money. You only get a limited amount of money, and you've got to take that money you get and make it work for your school district. So we have been checking every month with our expenditures or income, and if everything holds, my treasurer tell me, you know, things may come in, but everything holds, we're going to come out about $4,000 or $5,000 in the black. So that's the effort we made on the financial area. Another thing we've done, and Madam Chairperson, could you let me know when I've got about 5 minutes left, and I'll.
Okay, we're, 3 more minutes.
3 more minutes. We have an 8-man football team, and we go to Hermitage, we go to Texarkana, we go to all sorts of places because there's not very many 8-man football teams. So I started looking for an internet on the bus, and so we have put internet on our travel bus so that the students can go on that bus and do their lessons. And it's good internet. We tested it on our route buses too, but we couldn't get good enough service back there to warrant the expenditures. The expenditure is only about $800 a year for internet. We have one of our teachers that are looking at drones. We're planning on offering a course in drones because we got all that farmland, all those cattle, and all those things to look at. But the other thing that we're looking at is we're looking at taking our 4-day school and using Fridays as a promotional or an enrichment time, and we plan on anybody that wants to come, you know, K through 12 can come, and we're going to do math and English in the morning, and then we're going to do some sort of project in the afternoon. One thing that I'm looking for a piano teacher, because we don't have piano players for our churches in our area. So I want to get a piano teacher in there who can teach those kids in the afternoon. I've already found a guitar teacher, and then I've got Mr. Tom Harger, who was a college professor. He wants to come and talk about conservation. So we want to take those Friday days and make them something special for the school, and that's what we're looking at for next year. I'm looking to get the test scores up, but the test scores follow me so far. It's frustrating in getting the feedback I need. But
thank you.
The community has been really supportive, and my 3 minutes is up. Okay. Let me say one thing. I did something I might not should have. I turned school out for our school to go to the girls' state tournament, which was the first time in 28 years our kids have gone. And we have 14 kids going to national beta for the first time. So I'm trying to get things going. Thank you.
I have a question for the school board member. I noticed that you knew you had a 1-year waiver.
Yes.
But according to the people in your community who have contacted us by email, there was no effort that they're aware of to look for a superintendent. Can you address that?
Yes. We were going, when we hired Mr. Cleveland, we were needing someone. And when, as it progressed along, he was doing a real good job. And we have had people before that before when we were needing a superintendent at a small school, and we even interviewed them and offered them a position, and they'd take it. They called us back the next day, they didn't want it. And we got to talking 4-day school and what he can do and different things he was wanting to do. The community is really behind him, so we decided, well, we'd wait and see. And he's decided if he could stay a while and help us with this project, that's what we wanted. The board is backing him 100% if we can get his extension on his waiver. We have reports to the public of the school every year, and we'd have 5 or 10 people. Since Mr. Cleveland's been there, we had a report, and then we had a meeting on the 4-day school. We had over 100 people. He gets along real well with the community. The people support him, and he's someone you can talk to. And I'm saying 95 to 100% of the faculty, everyone likes him. You're not probably going to get 100%. As everyone knows, you know, some people, if you got a good boss, and they don't want to work, they're not going to have a lot, but he does. He's a good boss. He knows what he's doing. The board really would like to keep him. That's what we're here, and we're a small school, and we feel like changing right now, going in with a 4-day school and some community things going on that he's doing with the buildings and different things. It would be to our best interest if we could keep him.
Okay, thank you.
But that's why we didn't pursue another candidate right now.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Newton?
Whenever you made this decision to not seek even, I guess not to even seek, not to even look at anyone else, was this unanimous with your board?
Okay. Do what? I'm sorry.
When you decided that you weren't even going to look for anyone, was this unanimous within your board?
Okay, there's a 5-member board. 4 members are for him. 1 was not. He has a friend in the school system that interested in the job. Okay, this person is not certified yet either, and he can't do the job yet. That's our evaluation of him. This person also evaluated us when we evaluated the superintendent this year. He gave him a good evaluation. He's doing a good job. It's just that he was wanting to see his friend get the job. The only reason it was a 4-1 vote.
I have a question for the superintendent.
Okay.
You talk quite a bit about your teachers and what professional development you've done with your teachers and trying to improve your teaching staff. What have you done personally to try to improve your skills as a superintendent?
When y'all granted me the waiver to be superintendent, then you said, we're going to require you to have a mentor and go through the mentoring program. And then Mark Gutcher and myself from Russellville selected each other to be the mentor. And he has been wonderful. I've gone to every AAEA training that I could go to. I go to the co-op superintendent's meeting every month that I can. Sometimes school business keeps me from going. But I was the one in the legislature that oversaw the adequacy hearings from the House. I appointed all of the people who went through the adequacy hearings. The adequacy thing came out, and in my opinion, what you saw this morning was a result of the legislature and the courts not doing exactly what they should have done. What Ogden Picus did is they came in and they laid out the way that schools were supposed to operate. Now the difference in how it is now and how it was before And how it should be is the difference between staffing students and staffing buildings. What Ogden Picus did is they went through and they said, Sparkman, how many buildings do you have? How many principals do you? And you can't do a half a principal, so if you need a principal, you put a whole one there. So what they did is they did everything that that they needed to do in order to have school. But David Matthews, who's a friend, he came down, and Jody Mahoney, me, and Bill Stovall, Olin Cook, Red Milligan, Paul Weaver, and there may have been another one or two. The Department of Ed didn't write the funding formula after the Lakeview case. The governor's office didn't write the funding formula. So we spent several nights till midnight over at the house writing the funding formula for the school. And the funding formula exactly followed Ogden Picus. Once, and Jody Mahoney presented it, got it passed, and it went to the Senate. Once that thing went to the Senate, Matthews was down there from Northwest Arkansas, and his schools have all of the efficiency in the world. I talked to my son last night at Springdale. He's got 23,220 something children. We've got 350 at Western Yale. If we could fill our building with people and then fund those people, we would have an adequate education in Arkansas. We wouldn't have to be doing what we're doing now.
Okay.
And
Can I ask you another question?
Yeah.
Okay. One other question. You mentioned several changes that you wanted to make as far as instruction and different staffing, the way that you were going to departmentalize and take that away or whatever. How much research are you doing to make sure that these decisions are research-based?
Well, I am bad about doing research on everything I try to do. This changing up resulted my thinking. Now, I haven't researched it and hadn't decided, but we are on level 3 as far as the literacy goes. So we have support from, and that's another letter I got, that kind of not, what in the world's this? Found out what it was. But we have some very wonderful ladies from Archford, and we have one or two from the Department of Ed. And the Archford ladies came and I said, how are we doing? And they've been working with our teachers. I said, how are we doing? And they said, well, we need to talk about scheduling. So they came by my office and talked about scheduling. And we discussed the various ways that we could change and make things better.
Okay.
Now, what they were saying is that our current schedule does not allow enough time to adequately present the subject matter. So we're going to have to go to longer minutes in our scheduling. And they also say if we have self-contained classes, that the teacher has more flexibility on finishing what they're into. I mean, they can shorten math one day and lengthen it another.
So you're getting input from instructional specialists?
I'm getting input from.
Okay.
The worst things I've ever done in my life is not accept the advice of consultants and of experts.
Okay.
Ms. Chambers, Mr. Dean, Dr. Moore, Ms. McAdoo. Okay, y'all ready with a motion?
Can we discuss maybe a little bit?
Absolutely.
Okay. I am just a little bit hesitant on this waiver in that the district has not even attempted to find if they'd come back and said, we've tried to look for someone and no one is, but they're going on past experience. And so, that's my hesitation on this one, is that we are not even attempted to find a certified. So that's my attempt.
Okay, Ms. McFetridge, do you have a comment? Or Mr. Williamson? Okay, Ms. Chambers, Ms. Dean, Dr. Moore, Ms. McAdoo?
let me check that. So just to get a better understanding, so the board voted 4-1 to go under contract again for the next year. Is that correct?
Mhm.
But there was no open process. It was not posted, is your concern?
Yeah.
Okay. But I guess it's not typical to repost a position every year, but in this instance, since he was just given the initial approval, I see your thinking.
Right, and then, you know, he doesn't have the credentials or qualifications, and so we would have to grant another waiver, but we've not, you know, to me, when we have these teaching positions come up, and they always tell us, we make every attempt to make sure that we put a certified teacher in that classroom, but it doesn't feel like we're making that attempt here. Does that make sense?
Madam Chairperson, can I speak to that issue?
Briefly.
I understand that. We have a young man in our school district, and we have a young lady in our school district, and we have a third person pursuing administrative credentials. And the young man that has been wanting this position is not ready for the position at this time. But we would like an opportunity to take and mentor him and work with him and be able to hire from within. Because we are a small school district, it's very difficult to get a really good superintendent in that wants to stay with us. And we feel like if we can get a homegrown one, and then at that point, now the board knows that anytime they find somebody they want, if it's a day notice or a week's notice or whatever to me, I'll go home. I did not ask for this job. My wife was asked to take this job, and she has a mother in the nursing home and could not do it. And she said, those people are really good people. Can you go help them? And I said, I'll try. But I've got so many things going that I would like a chance to mentor these other folks. And we do want to hire from within, if at all possible. I'm not guaranteeing that, but I have told that young man that I will work with him. And I said, I'll teach you everything I know, because the last thing I would want to happen at this school for there to be a failure when I leave. And I didn't say much about that, but that's kind of internal, and the board's talked about it. But that's what our plan is. If you go and hire somebody from without, then at that point, you hire him and they like him, then the young man we've got, he didn't give an opportunity.
Yeah.
But
We have one more question up here. Ms. Dean?
So, this young man that you're speaking about, how long would it take before he's ready? Is he taking some classes, some courses? Is he almost done with a degree?
He's taking classes. But folks, I've been around long enough to know that it takes more than classes to be able to handle people.
Of course.
And I was over at DIS and I had 260 people to look after.
But how long before he's
He'll be
certified?
through with his credentials this year.
Okay.
Now, whether he can learn enough about handling people, well, his principalship is where these 30 people came out of that wanted out of the school. So he's got lots of ability, but he's got to learn to take care of the principalship. And I'm thinking about doing some things that would help him for next year.
Okay,
But
thank you.
if y'all don't want me to serve another year, well, I can go home and be retired. But I would love to serve it, because I've also got I've got an application in for some building improvements, which will take the $350 before I leave and be eligible.
Okay, thanks.
But that's where we're headed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Dean, do you have any more questions?
Just
Ms. Newton?
maybe for Mr. Fink. I have a question for you, Sophia. Come ahead.
This is the person that the one vote was on. The board member thought that he ought to go ahead and get the position now, is the gentleman he's talking about. He was put in that position 2 years ago. with the previous superintendent with plans of moving him up. And lots of things that just, he's not ready yet. And
Are
like
you
I
saying
say,
he's not ready with coursework, or he's not ready?
be a superintendent.
Okay.
He's things he still needs to learn about running this school.
Okay.
And the board member that voted no was his friend, but he gave him the board member gave Mr. Cleveland a good evaluation. It's just that he was wanting to move him up. And that was the reason that we came back to try to get another, to try to help get him ready.
Okay. Is everybody ready for a motion now? Mr. Williamson, Ms. McFedridge, do you have any further questions? Not hearing of any. Do y'all want to do a voice vote and then see?
We don't have a motion yet.
Okay, but my question before we have a motion is, do you want to take a voice vote first and then a roll call if it's not clear, or do you want to take a roll call from the beginning?
Doesn't matter.
Does it matter to anybody? Ms. Newton, are you ready with the motion?
How about I do a tentative motion and see what everybody thinks about it? Since the board is thinking about a particular person and would like time to get that person ready to take the position, I think, but I'm real uncomfortable with the waiver. Instead of a 2-year waiver, maybe a 1 year, and they have that 1 year to get that person ready, and then at the end of that 1 year, then.
Or open it up for other people?
Yes.
Okay.
That's my motion, if that makes sense.
Do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by
I'll
Ms.
second that.
Chambers. Ms. McFedridge, okay, you have a second, okay. All in favor? Oops.
Aye.
Do we have to do voice?
Can we modify that?
They have to.
Or do they have to agree to the 1 year? Okay. All right,
Yeah,
so
I believe
never
this is a situation where the district would have to agree to the modification of the request. And
We're
Mary
getting a
Claire can
nod
help.
from our attorney.
And is there anything that prevents them from coming back next year if?
Mary Claire Hyatt with the division. Thank you for catching that. I was operating in my head under the new 1240 rules that aren't in place yet. Yeah, so since our new 1240 rules aren't in place yet, they'll have to agree to the modification of the 1240 waiver, which they may or may not want to do. And to answer your question, Dr. Moore, no, if they do choose to modify it to a 1 year, there's nothing that prevents them from coming back next year with another extension request. And that process will look different in a year when those new rules are in place, but it's still an option.
When that comes back next year, will it be more or less onerous? How would you compare it?
The process?
Yes.
Well, it's gonna, so the form will look different, and it's gonna require evidence of stakeholder engagement, such as like your teachers, your family, your community, and a board approval, a resolution that indicates your board approval request for the extension. And also, I think on the extensions, there's an additional piece that will require the district to show how they use the waiver and what, if any, positive outcomes came from the use of the waiver.
I was just going to make a comment. I was thinking the exact same thing. I was trying to even make sure if I was remembering correctly, if this was a 2-year or a 1 year request. But as you can imagine, and as you would have listened to this morning, we try so hard to divine between where you must be consistent for predictability's sake and consistency's sake, and where you have to really listen for and opine on the things that are unique to a community or a situation. I think everyone is very appreciative of your service and what you have stepped forward to do. But mindful that we hold schools, districts accountable for having people that if they're granted a waiver, that they're working on then what it would take to complete the requirements for the position that they're in. This is a unique situation. But I don't think anything would prevent you, if we were to approve a year, if you were willing to put that forward as the recommendation and we approved it, to come back next year, you'll be more informed on where this other person is, or the broader open process to see what candidates come forward, or maybe you are still the right person to stay in for yet a second year. But it gives you and it gives us an opportunity to come back together a year from now, if that's the case.
So I guess the question is, are you all willing to modify your request to 1 year, or do you want to stick with the 2 year?
Madam Chairperson, I don't think we have any choice at this time but to agree.
Yes, yes,
It
sir, you
sounds
do.
to
You
me,
do
because
have a
I
choice.
can read this board pretty good, and I think they say that that'll work. I would prefer the 2-year, but that did not mean I was planning on staying 2 years, if that makes sense to y'all.
I still need to know if you're willing to modify to 1 year as opposed to 2.
I will
Or if your board-
I would adhere to the board's request for 1 year, and I'll probably be tired by then. If I keep working like I'm working now, I know I'll be tired. But, Mr. Fink? Okay, we're good with that.
Okay.
Madam Chair, you don't become Speaker of the House without knowing how to count votes. And so I think Speaker Cleveland could probably count votes pretty well.
Or at least read minds. Okay, all in favor of the motion to extend the 1240 waiver for 1 year, and then hear back from them or not? I have a motion for that, and did I have a second for Ms. Chambers, or Ms. Dean, or Ms. Fettridge? I had a second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes. Sorry, and I do appreciate your patience as we went through a lengthy day.
Well,
Next
I
thing.
appreciate the board's service, I really do, because I understand.
Yes.
Thanks,
Thank you.
thank you, board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Ms. McLaughlin again. Charter panel decisions.
On February 18th, 2020, representatives of Hot Springs Junior Academy appeared before the charter authorizing panel requesting an amendment to their charter. By a unanimous vote, the panel approved the request. No request for the State Board of Education to review the panel decision has been submitted, but the State Board may exercise a right of review and conduct a hearing on the charter authorizing panel's decision at the next State Board meeting if you so choose. We do have Dr. Stephanie Nehus, the superintendent of Hot Springs School District, on the line.
Okay, if anybody has any questions, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Dr. Moore,
Second.
second by Ms. Newton, all in favor?
Aye.
And now, Hot Springs World Class High School.
On February 18th, 2020, representatives of the Hot Springs World Class High School appeared before the charter authorizing panel requesting an amendment to their charter, and by unanimous vote, the panel approved the request. No request for review has been submitted for the State Board. However, you do have the right to review and conduct a hearing on the charter panel's decision at the next State Board meeting. Again, Dr. Nehus is
This
online.
was an extension of that because they went from 7 to 9, and so this will be 10 to 12. So it's just a reconfiguring their high school to junior high. Do I have a motion or discussion?
Move not to review.
Move not to review by Ms. Newton,
Second.
second by Ms. Dean, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, next, Ms. Kaufman.
I'm not Tracy Webb.
No, you're
Deborah Kaufman with the division. This is a consideration of a one-year standards for accreditation waiver request from Izard County Consolidated School District. The school district finds itself with an extra kindergarten student, and this is above the numbers that they've traditionally ever had, and so they're asking for a waiver this year to help them get through the year.
Just till the end of May is my understanding.
Yes, and Superintendent Fred Walker is on the line if you have questions.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Walker. We're taking up your item now. Did we have any discussion or questions of Mr. Walker? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Chambers,
Second.
second by Ms. Dean. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, your motion passed, Mr. Walker. Thank you for your patience. Okay, next we have Flippin asking for permission. Are you going to present it as well?
I will.
Okay, Ms. Kaufman.
This is another consideration of a one-year standards for accreditation waiver. Flippin School District is requesting the waiver for 178 days of student-teacher interaction time. The superintendent is here, Kelvin Hudson, if you have any questions.
Okay, does everybody understand the request? Do any of you have questions or discussion?
Move to approve.
Ms. Dean moved to approve. Second by Ms. Chambers. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Your patience paid off. I know that was a great loss to your community. He was a mentor to a lot of us. Oh, here we are again, Ms. Kaufman. Now then, the Southeast,
Southeast
Arkansas Preparatory High School presentation.
On January 24th, 2020, the State Board voted to allow Southeast Arkansas Preparatory High School to remain open until the end of the school year and to return to the State Board in March. And today, we have Superintendent Jeremy Seegers and APSRC Executive Director Scott Smith.
Okay. Did everyone get a copy of the booklet that APSRC sent out? Okay. Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon. I would like to begin by first thanking you all for allowing the opportunity for Southeast Arkansas Preparatory High School to be able to continue to educate our students for the remainder of the year. In spite of the obstacles and challenges, you all saw fit to give our students and parents an educational option in the Pine Bluff, Arkansas, and that is to be commended. We have had to overcome a lot of barriers and then are in the process of overcoming others to ensure that our students continue to receive a quality education, a safe environment, and an opportunity to have a choice in their educational future. In our last hearing on January 24th, there were many concerns that were raised that I would like to address at this time. One of the areas of concern was in the area of standards for accreditation. We have two areas that were addressed. One was in human capital. We've had some turnover, and so we had to replace some teachers, and one of those was a background check that needed to be cleared. That was submitted almost a month ago, and we're waiting on those results. The second one was a district support plan, which has been also submitted, and it was submitted and approved on February 28th. Lastly, in the area of standards for accreditation, we spoke a lot about child nutrition last time I was here. That has changed. We've already submitted our February claim already for this month, and that is something that we are proud of moving forward. Compensatory services was also another area of concern because that required finances, and that was one of our main issues. Our special education department has grown tremendously this year. Our students are receiving proper services and also are being provided services that they have previously missed. We've actually had Ms. Stacy Kratke to visit the school this week, and she gave us a very positive review and stated about the amount of work that has been done in such a short amount of time. There also were concerns about costs associated with compensatory services. We have made the necessary budgetary adjustments and the cuts necessary to be able to provide our students with the services that they provided. Next, we have graduation status. On January 24th, it was stated that we only had one of our students that would graduate at that time. Well, the wording was a little tricky on that one, because as of January 24th, your average senior is going to have to be required to take a fourth-year English course, and that's why we wouldn't have had more seniors to graduate as of January 24th. However, I'll stand before you proudly to say that as of now, all of our students, not only our seniors, have a course to have a pathway to graduate. And our seniors, we have 4 to 5 that will require summer school, but everyone is prepared to graduate at this time. We had 21 as of January 24th. As of now, we have 19 seniors that are on pace to graduate. Another area of tremendous growth at SAPHS is our financial outlook. In our initial hearing with the CAP, it was reported that we wouldn't be able to make it through the end of the school year. Our finances were, yeah, they were pretty bad. The projection was that we wouldn't be able to end 2019 in the black. I'm proud to say that we have improved financially every month since then. We have gone from being projected to end the school year. We have gone from not being able to finish the school year to actually having more money budgeted, what projected at the end of the year now than we started with. We started the school year with $69,000. We are now projected to have at least $70,000 at the end of the school year. That is a lot of growth in a very short amount of time. This is due to switching financial companies, making appropriate budgetary cuts and adjustments, getting appropriate reimbursements, and simply working as a team for the good of the students. Lastly, when I was here before you all, I took it personally when some of the panel members, the board members, said that you need some help. It's a lot of things going on and you're doing entirely too much, you need some help. I took it personally when that was said to me. Some of the members even emailed and said, you need to acquire some help. APSRC needs to be a lot more involved in what you all are doing. And I agree, I wholeheartedly agree. That advice was received and acted upon immediately. SAPHS has been working tirelessly with the SAPHS has been working tirelessly with APSRC in various areas, and the work has been evident. We look forward to the opportunity to work with Friendship also to ensure that our students graduate, but also are successful in life. At this time, I'd like to call Mr. Smith and let him expound upon some of the things that we've been working on in terms of Southeast Arkansas Prep and APSRC.
Okay. Let me pause just a minute. Ms. Freno, should I have sworn these people in? No, okay, thank you. I didn't think of that just because you stood.
It's okay, you can't swear me in anyway, so. Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to come back. At the January special board meeting, you asked APSRC to help provide some support services and look for a potential partner to assist this charter school going down the road, and then to report back to the board at a subsequent date. We had already began to work with them to provide some back office support, as you heard at that meeting. Since then, we've been extensively involved in trying to help support them, and we have a small PowerPoint that we can run through with you today to give you more information on that. We did file a report with you and with the Department of Education on March 2nd that tried to list our support and our findings, and I think you have that information before you. In addition to that, we worked with Friendship Charter Schools, who already currently has a charter school in Pine Bluff, an elementary with a grade span of K through 5, to look at coming in as a potential partner to assume control and management of the school going forward. And on February 25th, the Board of Directors of the Southeast Prep Charter School and Mr. Joe Harris, representing the Board of Directors for Friendship Charter School, entered into an MOU agreement with this board's approval, allowing them to begin to take over immediate management of the school for the remainder of this school year, and to request that the charter be transferred to Friendship with the start of the next school year. They also have some amendment requests they would like to add to that charter, to basically add a grade span K through 6 through 8, to eventually create a continuous K through 12 corridor, and they wanted to add approximately 500 more students to allow more students to come into that grade span. So we can go over more of that information in the PowerPoint. We'll give that to you.
Let me interrupt you just a minute. Will this need to go to the charter panel before it comes to us, or is this appropriate for us to hear today?
Mary Claire Hyatt with the division. So if you'll remember, just a little bit of procedural posture. This came to you originally because it was revoked by the charter authorizer. It came to you on review. You conducted a review hearing. At the review hearing, you voted to allow the school to stay open until the end of the year, but reserved the right to continue to act on it after today's presentation. So you still kind of have jurisdiction, for lack of a better word, over this charter in front of you. The law would allow you to transfer the charter today without it going back to the cap, and to make amendments to the charter, only the Southeast Arkansas Prep Charter, in front of you today as well. So you could, and I'm sure they're gonna go into what their requests are, but you can do most of them. The one that I want to note is, one of the requests is to increase the cap and to add the additional grades. When a school does that, typically, if it were going through the charter authorizing panel, they would give appropriate notice to the traditional district. They would submit a desegregation analysis, the division would do a desegregation analysis, and then it would come to you through that way. It is appropriate to do that here. The only issue is, we didn't receive the desegregation analysis from the school until this morning. And the rules say that the division has to complete a desegregation analysis before 10 days before it's heard. And since I just got that this morning, I haven't had an opportunity to do a desegregation analysis. So that piece of it, the rules in the law say you can't make a decision on that piece if you have not analyze the impact on desegregation efforts, and part of that is reviewing the information that the division gives to you 10 days before you hear the matter. And since you don't have that before you, that component I think is problematic. The other components I believe are fine to be heard and acted upon today.
So we would need to hear things in pieces, or you could do all of one and then hold off on that, or we should hold off on all of it.
You can hear it in probably the way that I would prefer you do it is, first vote on whether to approve the transfer itself, then vote on the amendments. You can do those amendments together, except that one piece that I would like you to use what I just said, consider what I just said about the desegregation analysis for that piece. So,
okay. And that would could that information affect our decision on the other amendments?
And I'm not trying to do your presentation, but I believe that the 3 amendments that they plan to request are, 1, a name change, 2, 3 waivers that they need to kind of bring the model in line, and then the increase and the added grades. So I don't think the increase in added grades will really impact the other 2 things, the name change and the additional waivers. I don't think they will, and Mr. Smith might have a different opinion.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me for interrupting.
No problem. Thank you very much. I know we are content to make the request today, subject to the department's review, and assuming there's no problems with their review, just ask you to make your approval contingent upon receiving proper review from them. So I think you can hear everything on that contingency, and we would base it on that going forward. I would, at this point in time, have some of our people step up and walk you through the power presentation. I do want to say thanks to the Southeast Prep Board of Directors, who's been great to work with. There are some representatives here from that board today. I think they should be heard from. I also want to thank the department staff, Deb Kaufman, Tracy Webb, and Mary Claire for assisting. We've met with them a couple of times this week to walk through the accountability issues and things of that nature, and they've been very helpful. And as far as I know, we're all on the same page with what we've worked out here. And then obviously Friendship, who's been a great neighbor and a great partner to try and work through this difficult situation and get it taken care of. So at this time, I would ask Joanna Lever and Tripp or whoever's going to do the PowerPoint presentation to just walk you through some of that information and give you some more details.
Okay. When you come to the microphone, please identify yourself.
Good afternoon, Joanna Lever, Director of Charter Development for APSRC. Over the course of the past month and a half, yes.
Also, Representative Flowers, I believe, is here as well, so I just want to recognize her as being here in support.
Okay, I didn't see her. Yeah.
Over the course of the past month and a half, we have been providing technical assistance from various departments at APSRC to provide support in the areas of finance, academics, dyslexia screening, and special education. Right now, excuse me, at the end of February, as of February 29th, the balance for SAPHS was $64,949. At that time, all invoices were current, all compliant reports have been submitted, and their projected year-end balance, according to our department, is approximately $70,000. Technical assistance was provided to support Southeast Arkansas Prep in getting their district support plan and budget submitted in Industar. We also checked their standards for assurance portal. As of February 23rd, all standards exceptions had been corrected with the exception of one, and that was the one that Mr. Seegers referred to for the background checks. On February 23rd, a transcript audit was completed, and we were able to identify many areas that needed to be corrected. And the school is, they're taking steps to correct all of those areas identified right now. We were also able to create a pathway to ensure that all students will be able to graduate, with the exception of the one that he referred to earlier. On February 17th, we took a team of 3 APSRC staff down to complete the developmental spelling assessment, or DSA, as a pre-screener per the DESE dyslexia specialist recommendation. 59 of those students were identified as needing the screener by analyzing ACT Aspire summative data along with the DSA results from the assessments that were administered that day. Ms. Branch, their LEA supervisor, has been administering the screeners to those students who have been identified, and will continue with the help of Friendship staff to complete those by the end of this month. In the area of special education, Ms. Branch, the LEA supervisor, reported that compensatory education services began for all students who accepted those. Compliance training was provided to Ms. Branch by APSRC staff. Technical assistance was provided for ensuring student-focused IEPs, teaching, and planning. And they are currently clearing all of the monitoring pieces and intend to have everything done by March 15th. And at this time, I'll invite Tripp to come and give you updates about the transition plan.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Secretary Key, members of the board. My name is Tripp Walter. I'm a staff attorney with the Arkansas Public School Resource Center. And let me advance the... Ms. McLaughlin handed out a one-page document, which is essentially, which is a slightly updated version of the slide that you have presented in front of you on the transition plan. We felt it important for you to be able to see a diagram of how this is going to play out. If you decide to grant the transfer, I will just hit on a couple of things about it now. As you see at the top, that's where we are now, is we have 2 separate LEAs that are operating in Pine Bluff. We have SAPHS, which of course is a standalone 912, and Friendship Aspire, which if you'll see on the transition plan was handed out, that has been corrected to K5. That's what their charter is authorized for. The K2 piece refers to what they're currently, the population they're currently serving now. Next year, if you grant the transfer and the name change, we will go to Friendship Aspire Southeast Pine Bluff, which will have an authorized grade level span of 612 with additional enrollment cap, and then Friendship Aspire Pine Bluff will move to serving grades K through 3. Skip the amendments for now. The eventual plan is to merge both LEAs, both charters, into one seamless K-12 continuum. Now at this time, while I'm up here, I'd like to take a minute and expand on the amendment request get the legal verbiage out there and make sure that it's understood exactly what's being requested. When it says there in the middle, amend current waiver list, as Ms. Hyatt said, there are 3 specific waivers that we wish to see added to the SAPHS charter. And as she said, to bring those in line really with the way, with Friendship's operational model. 2 are employment pieces, and the sites for those are Arkansas Code annotated 617-1501 at SEC. That's the Public Employee Fair Hearing Act, and essentially what that will allow is those non-licensed persons to be treated as at-will employees in Friendship's employment and hiring and retention model. 617-701 at SEC of the Arkansas Code, and that's the piece for licensed teacher at-will employment. And as I noted in the waiver sheet, so to speak, that I gave to Ms. Hyatt this morning, the reason for that, besides what I just mentioned, is, and you've heard others use this same indication too, or rationale, is the benefit of that is if there is poor performance going on, that it enables, in this case, Friendship to recognize that at an early date, make appropriate change if necessary, and thereby increasing student growth and achievement, especially from the licensed staff, and efficiency if it's somebody who is non-licensed, say a aide or cafeteria food service worker or somebody like that. We wish to add grades K through 8 to the current charter, and with that, a corresponding enrollment cap increase of 500 students. And then finally, to change the name of the school to Pine Bluff Aspire Academy Southeast, Pine Bluff. And then finally, to add a seat time waiver. And the legal references for those are Arkansas Code annotated 6-15-216 and section 1-A.2 of the division standard for accreditation rules. And those will allow some flexibility going forward in the methods of instruction, most specifically if there's a digital component to be added. Okay. Thank you.
So at this time, most of the major issues that we discussed at that January meeting have been addressed, or there's been a pathway for them to be addressed and been put in place. In addition, one of the essential components that you wanted to see was a change in management. There has been entered into an agreement for that to take place where Mr. Seeger would continue to work at the school, but under the oversight and management of Friendship, and they would provide staff and resources to take on that role moving forward in many ways. So with regards to high school graduation, there's pathways for those credit recoveries to take place. With regards to special ed, those evaluations are in place with a proper budget. With regards to dyslexia, there's a pathway for all of those dyslexia screenings to be accomplished by the end of the month. With regards to finances, as projected, their ending year balance has gone up rather than down at this point in time, and so that seems to be in good shape. And in addition to that, we've brought what we think is a well-recognized partner who's had some success academically in the Pine Bluff market most recently. And so with that said, I would like to recognize excuse me, Mr. Harris from Friendship at this point in stage and have him speak to you a little bit about their involvement and the fact that they've already met with the parents and other folks in the community and the excitement that's been created around this. So Mr. Harris, if you come at this time.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Harris. I'm the CEO of Friendship Education Foundation. It's a nonprofit charter management organization. We've been asked by the community and the parents of Southeast Prep to support and be a partner in this transition. We've outlined a transition plan 2-phase. The short term, we have already entered into a memorandum of understanding with the board to provide day-to-day management operations of the school through the end of this school year. I see a few of the board members here, and I'd just like to acknowledge the board members, and there's also a few parents. One of the first things that we did when we were asked to consider this is we met with the community. We met with the mayor, who all sends her regards. She submitted a letter of support. I don't know if you received it, but given the challenges today, she could not make it. But she sends her full support. We've also met with stakeholders, Forward Pine Bluff, other parents, communities. We recently held a all-staff parent and student community meeting in order to get their feedback and their support for this. The support was overwhelming, and what was most impressive is that the kids were very vocal about wanting to see their school remain open, and the 9th graders wanted to see that they had the opportunity to graduate from that school. So we began to really kind of look at how we can create a pathway to do that. The transition plan begins with day-to-day oversight that we're prepared to operate or implement immediately. We have the capacity and experience to do so. You may recall the last time I was here, we did something similar with Covenant Keeper. I'm really proud to say that that transition, given its exterior kind of issues, internally we have made some wonderful strides. 97% of the kids that transitioned from Covenant Keeper to Friendship are still with us, except for the 8th graders that transitioned on to 9th grade, and they are really doing exceptionally well. So we have experience in doing this, not just in Arkansas, but across the U.S. Friendship in Washington, D.C., our parent company, was just named the largest charter entity in Washington, D.C., and we just took over in the last 4 years a very similar situation, 4 different schools that were facing similar challenges. We also did something similar in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. So we have experience in doing this. I think that us being a partner will really bring experience, additional capacity, and what I think is a deliberate and well thought out approach to ensuring that not just the kids that are currently at the school have a pathway to graduation, but some of them have the ability to look beyond just graduating from high school and looking at college. That is our model. I met 2 young ladies who are on their way to college at UAPB, and I committed to them if they bring back their grades, we will hire them for the summer as interns. That's an example of the Friendship model. But our school in Pine Bluff has really established itself as a community partner. I'm really proud of the strides we've made in our elementary. And what's most important here is I think the ask for our involvement came from parents. They trusted their kids at the elementary level. And one of the most kind of what tipped us over the top on this favor was one of the parents said, I have no other choice where to send my child once they graduate from your school. And so this arrangement where after we assume the management and the school itself or the charter is transferred will allow a continuity, not just of Friendship and the charter, but it also be a choice and better educational options for all of the kids in Pine Bluff. So we're excited about this. The transition plan, I think you've heard a lot of the details. We are prepared to really and experience in taking on the educational needs of the instruction of a high school. We have experience in doing that. I know that some of the concerns around the community, and this was raised around how we're scheduling. One of the waivers we're asking for is around seat time. We want the flexibility to move from block scheduling to what we call normal scheduling, and we want to do so because it allows greater flexibility. We'll be able to teach classes every day versus every other day. That's just an example of how we've given thought to what is going to be, we hope to be a successful educational approach. You're going to also hear our primary goal is to ensure that the existing students have a pathway to graduate. You heard Principal Seegers talk about the number of kids that are on task to graduate. Well, we want to do a double hit. We want to go in and evaluate and make sure that they have all of the credit. For those that are falling short, we want to offer them the credit recovery opportunity both online and summer school. And we see ourselves having the bandwidth to do that immediately when we walk in. When we begin to transition the school itself, in honor of the school, we wanted to keep the name. Tripp said it a little bit differently. It's actually Friendship Aspire Southeast Campus. That's going to be, or Southeast Arkansas. That's Southeast Pine Bluff is going to be the formal name we'd like to change it to. We think that this is going to be, as best it can, be a seamless transition. We see it long-term benefiting not just the high school students, but the entire educational bandwidth of K-12 in the city of Pine Bluff.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Madam Chair, at this time, I would ask if there's anybody from the Southeast Prep Board that would like to speak or
I
give
think
any.
you also have, well, we had 2 representatives, but now we have 1, so
Yes.
if they want to speak.
I'll let them speak last, if that's okay.
No, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just so happy to be here to be in support. This institution is in my house district, as well as a number of the kids who go there. One of the reasons I've been so supportive of this situation, I had a kid who I met when I visited the school some time ago. She reminded me that she met me when I was campaigning in 2014. And she said I was a kid then and I couldn't vote for you then, and I can't vote for you now. But I tell you what, you said that you would fight for folk who couldn't fight for themselves. And she said, I can't fight for me. So you said you would do that. And so she's holding me to it. So I'm so happy and hope that this board will grant these requests that this institution is requesting.
Thank
With
you.
that, I gotta go make a vote in joint budget. Thank you.
Representative Flowers, do you need to speak now too?
I just wanted to thank all of you for affording the administration an opportunity to take corrective action. I think that this is a great example of how working with and listening to the community can work to benefit everybody involved. You know, they had a little bit of time to do a lot of work, and as a result, they're ending in the black. And I think all but 1 or 2 students will be graduating, which is how they came to us and what they told us it would be. And, you know, with that, I just want us to do what's best for our kids. And, you know, a lot of times it's not the institutional format, you know, that matters as much as it is that we have good teachers who are there for the kids in a safe environment. And I think that's what we have here. And I just think that we ought to make sure that we are giving them everything they need to succeed so that the kids can succeed. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Pat Hart. I'm the current board chair for Southeast Arkansas Preparatory. I'll be brief. I just want to say that from the very beginning, our objective was to offer a viable, quality alternative in Pine Bluff for our students, and that control and who's in charge is irrelevant. The objective is what's important, seeing the kids be able to succeed. So we support the transition for the benefit of our kids and our community.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, just one other point to mention. I think the board had asked the Southeast Prep Board to check on community support. They did. The community was in a position and willing to provide grant support if necessary. Hopefully, based on the financial balances we suggested, that's not necessary, but I just wanted to make sure you know how much community support was behind this school, because the community was willing to stand behind it with some grant support if necessary. So thought that was worth mentioning as well. So I think at this point in time, that concludes our presentation. I'm sorry for the short oversight. It should have been picked up in our meeting with the department earlier this week, but we're confident it's not an issue because Friendship has already been approved to operate in Pine Bluff, so that should not be an issue going forward. And we would request your approval contingent upon final review by the department and its staff. But again, we think that will be a non sequitur. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Smith slipped away. I was gonna ask, last time, Finance and APSRC and the schools numbers did not match. So I was wanting to check with, but she's not here right now. Go ahead, Ms. Hyatt.
One thing that unless I just misheard, I believe that the intention is to not backfill the 9th, 10th, 11th grades as the school goes up. I didn't hear them discuss that today, and I think it would be an important piece of this for you guys to hear what their intention is moving forward, unless they've changed their mind about that.
Yes, that's correct. The intent is to let the current high school class, beginning with the 9th grade through the 12th grade, have a pathway for graduation, but not to backfill that high school class except with the elementary kids that are in school now moving forward. So obviously we've just dealt with a model that was a high school alone and with no feeder schools coming into it and no long runway working with those kids. So this intent is to fill the middle school and the high school grades coming out of elementary grades coming up and going forward. So that's the intent going forward.
Okay. I have some questions. Does anyone else? Ms.
Just have
Newton?
some comments at the end.
Okay, go ahead and comment.
I just want to thank the community for voicing their concerns, the staff and Mr. Seekers at Southeast for your hard work and willingness to take help, and then all the hard work at APSRC, because when adults can get things right, it benefits students, and so that's our main goal. And so I know we're here in just a few minutes things that are going on, but I know it took hours and hours and hours of hard work to get us to this point. And it took give and take on both sides, and I appreciate that, and the willingness of the board at Southeast to be willing to say who's in charge doesn't matter. What matters is kids, and so that's it. When we can think like that, kids benefit, and so I appreciate all of your hard work and your concern for these students. So thank you.
Ms. Chambers? Ms. Dean?
I too want to thank all of the parties involved. Just want to echo what Ms. Newton said and Representative Flowers. This is a great example of what can happen when a community advocates for itself, when parents advocate, when students advocate, community business members work together, and there's partnership. So that we all work together so that our students get the best opportunities, the best education. And I hope that other districts or other entities that find themselves in similar situations are watching to see how solutions can be brought to the table and how things can be worked out for the benefit of the students. So I'm excited about the future of this partnership, and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Ms. McFetridge?
I don't have any comments right now. Thank
Okay.
you.
Dr. Moore?
Yes, I have a few clarifying questions. I don't know for whom, but as far as high school grades go, so the next coming up school year, grades 10, 11, and 12 will be served?
Yes.
Is that correct? And can new students apply to serve in those grades?
Can you get a little closer so Ms. McFetridge
What?
can hear you?
Can new students apply to the school in those grades next year?
What we're trying to do is just graduate the the existing kids. To answer your question directly, it's not our plan. It would be based on capacity in the individual classrooms. But we want to create a runway for these the kids that are there to get all of our efforts focused on getting them out of school. And then in the same year that the graduating class, the 9th graders current graduating class, a new 8th grade will move in. At that time, it will be, of course, open enrollment. We're looking at a full enrollment of the 8th through 12th grade to be a full 700 kids, 100 kids per grade. So when that new grade level comes in, 100 kids would be part of that system. I think you guys are familiar with the friendship model, a slow growth model. We believe that's going to be the best long-term way to make a difference and see our kids grow through and have a higher graduation rate and college attendance rate. So to answer your question, it's not our plan right now. We expect to have the full open enrollment when we open up the 8th grade level, which would be in three years after the 9th grade class graduates.
Okay, as far as facilities, is there plans to move facilities, or will it remain?
No, we intend to utilize that existing facility and grow out as needed.
That makes sense. I guess I do have a little bit of concern, because I do think there is a need for a small option high school, and so there will be a few years of a gap, but I understand your model in that sense.
Mary Claire Hyatt with the division, and I'll have to double check just to make sure. I don't know that there is a legal avenue that would allow you to not enroll kids in an open enrollment charter school. So if they have 10th, 11th, and 12th graders in an open enrollment and they haven't met their enrollment cap, then I think they'd be required to enroll students if they apply. There could be an exception that I would have to research, but that's the first time I heard that, so I haven't had an opportunity to look at that. But usually how it works is open enrollment charter schools are required to enroll kids unless they're at their cap.
Okay, so, but there's no increase in cap?
So they have requested an increase in the addition of the grades 6 through 8. Again, just to reiterate my concerns there, we just received the desegregation analysis this morning. The rules require you to receive the analysis from the division 10 days prior to making a decision. We haven't had the opportunity to do one. The rules also allow the opportunity for the superintendent of the district, the traditional district in which the charter is located, the opportunity to present their own desegregation analysis. I'm not sure if Dr. Owa has even been notified of this amendment request, because we're doing it through not the traditional amendment request pathway. And they might want to speak to that. But on the 6-8 addition and the increase in enrollment cap, I think until you have all of the desegregation information in front of you and Pine Bluff School District is able to exercise or not their option to supplement that, I don't think it's appropriate to move on that piece. All of the other pieces, it's completely appropriate for you to make a decision on.
And just to clarify, is that desegregation report typically given to the charter authorizer panel?
So, and we're kind of in new territory because of this new legislation that was passed in the last legislative session. So this will be the first transfer under the new transfer assigned legislation that was passed in the session. Typically, how this would work is the charter authorizer would hear an amendment request. The superintendent of the local district is given 35 days notice. We do a deseg analysis and all those pieces work and they're presented to the charter authorizer. In this case, probably what I would suggest is you table that piece of the amendment until the next month. Give Dr. Owa the opportunity to, if he wants, present information, give the division time to put together that deseg report, have time for them to present to you the information that they submitted as well. And you hear that piece, not go back to the cap.
Anything else?
No, thank you.
Ms. McAdoo? Okay, I have some questions, and one of them you answered. I wondered if there was any objection from the local district, and you're saying because they may or may not have known of the request.
So
obviously their board did, but
we have no evidence that there's objection, but I'm not sure what, if any, notice was given to the local district because of this very unique new situation that we're in. So they would be better suited to answer that.
okay. This would be for Friendship. If you will come to the microphone. When I looked on My School Info, it did not list that you were currently serving a dyslexia population. Is that accurate?
No, we
Okay.
follow the SPED requirements as well as provide for accommodations for dyslexic students.
Okay. If I didn't mislook, then under state required information, I did not see it there. So you may want to check that.
Okay.
Sometimes things fall through the crack.
Okay.
Do you know what and I realize sometimes at your level, you don't know the details of what went on at the other level, but do you know what screeners you use to identify your dyslexia students?
Well, what I do know is that we follow the standard accreditations for that, as well as the state guidelines, laws and rules around special education. We contract out our services, and I know that we're using a licensed firm. I'm not sure, my superintendent is standing behind me here.
A young man coming up to be helpful.
This is Trent, Superintendent Friendship. So just to answer your first question, the dyslexic piece, we didn't have any kids because the student that was receiving the dyslexic service was a special education student. So that student was receiving those services anyway.
Okay, so they showed markers, but
yes.
they in fact were qualified
yes,
as a
under special education.
specific learning
Correct.
disability, not dyslexia separate
Correct.
from that.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. And we follow the dyslexic handbook where we provide the DIBELS intervention, the DIBELS screening first. So we did that for OLK first and second grade, and then after that, depending on the results that come back from the DIBELS, then we take the next steps to provide the second screening. So this year we did that the same thing, and last year we did the same thing. And again, the child that exempted I think it was 2 child that exempted the symptoms were actually special education students.
Okay, I think if the website showed these were screened, and then that would
Yes,
be
ma'am.
helpful
Yes,
regardless
ma'am,
of where
most
they
definitely.
wound up.
We'll go ahead and update that for the next
And I know
quarter.
a lot of districts, as the second step to that, are saying, and because often dyslexia occurs in families, so if like a next good step is to then screen any siblings that
Yes, ma'am.
those K-2 children have.
Most
So,
definitely.
anyway, and what is the literacy curriculum that you're using in your general population? Is it aligned with state standards? And then what are you using as your reading curriculum with your dyslexia students in special ed?
Sure. At this moment in time, we're using the Foundations curriculum, which is also
Foundations?
research-based. Yes, ma'am. At the same time, we're also using Wit and Wisdom as well as Fontaine's Pinnell. So those are the curriculums that we're using within the school at the lower elementary level and also at the middle school level. So that's what we incorporate the reading, kind of like a reading 50-minute reading blocks into our schedule every day to ensure that, you know, that the science of reading is getting implemented within our schools.
Okay, thank you. And my last question may be for you. I don't know who can answer it. I noticed that Friendship does not serve breakfast and lunch. Is that correct?
No,
Incorrect.
Yes, so
Okay.
we actually do service breakfast and lunch, and at the same time, we also give them a snack in the afternoon for those that are actually going to the after-school program.
Okay, well,
Yes,
the
ma'am.
question was gonna be if they were getting it one way. Okay, then those things you may wanna check on your
Most
My
definitely.
School
Yes.
info, because that's the only way I have of accessing the
Most
information.
definitely, yeah. I mean, you know, our population at the Little Rock campus is actually about 96 free and reduced.
Right.
So and we actually provision 2 as well. So being provision 2, we have to provide free and
Sure.
lunch, breakfast to all of our students. So
I
yes.
just wanted to be sure that if the parents who currently were expecting and getting breakfast, lunch, that they understood if you were not, but since you
Yes,
are,
ma'am.
then all is good.
Yes, ma'am.
I still don't have the answer to the finance question, but,
I think I saw Ms. McLaughlin nodding her head a while ago, so maybe someone over there has an answer.
okay, thank you. That's helpful. Okay, any other questions or discussion by the board? Okay, would you come and specifically tell us each part that we're gonna be voting on?
Mary Claire Hyatt with the division. I think it would be appropriate to first, it's been such a long day. First, vote on whether to approve the transfer effective July 1st. That first. Then second, vote to approve the amendments, which again, just to reiterate, would be the name change and the 3 waivers that they went through of teacher fair dismissal, public school employee fair hearing act, and the 120 clock hours provision. Those are the 3 additional waivers. the board can choose to then, in a third motion, vote on how they want to handle the increased enrollment and the additional grades. Again, I think it's most appropriate, judging by what the law and the rule says about the desegregation analysis, to table that piece until next month. You could make that as a motion, you could approve it or deny it, whatever. I would just like you to handle that in a separate motion.
Okay. If everybody made a note about the three motions, let's deal with them one at a time. So do I have a motion to approve the transfer of the charter?
So move.
Moved by Ms. Newton,
Second.
second by Ms. Dean. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes. And the name change and the waivers that were mentioned by the presenter and reiterated by Ms. Hyatt. Do I have a motion there?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Dean. Second by Ms. Chambers. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and then the enrollment increase, Ms. Hyatt suggested doing it one way, and Mr. Smith asked that we do it a different. Do I have a motion on one way or the other?
I mean, if we wait till next month, there's no ramification for enrollment for the next school year, is there?
No, because they're doing high school, and right now is the time of year when you schedule and do a master schedule. So I don't see any unless somebody can bring up something of which I am unaware.
Does the charter have any reason that you would have to have it today versus next month? Okay. So I move we table the grade additions and the increased enrollment count until next month.
Okay, have a motion by Ms. Newton. Second by Ms. Chambers. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay. Thank you all, especially Friendship and APSRC and those of you in the department, and for the receptiveness of you and your board for just wanting what's good for kids. We appreciate you.
Can we take a break?
Yes. Okay, we are now at the end of the morning schedule. We're going to take a 10.
I thought I was like, yeah.
We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back at 3:50, a 9-minute break. Okay, we'll come back to order, and now we will start the afternoon agenda. First up, well, is Mr. Hernandez gonna come and talk? Okay.
He just went just right down the hallway real quick and he's coming over.
Okay, then we will wait on him. Unless you want to go ahead, Mr. Hoy. I'm good. I don't know if any of y'all were on the board when Mr. Hoy worked here. Anyway, he used to be over in the office that Deb Kaufman is now in, and he was assigned to Helena, West Helena, as the superintendent over there, and then he retired, and that's what happens when we get good people who retire. We just bring them back. We're waiting on Mr. Hernandez, or Dr. Hernandez.
Okay.
Well, let me, if I may, while we're waiting on him anyway, if you could give me a few minutes as we're transitioning to make a few remarks. I know we have a live stream audience around the state, school personnel that listen into this or watch. And I know that as we came back from lunch, we listened to the governor's press conference. So many of you have heard this information, but I don't think we were live streaming at the time of the governor's press conference. We were? Okay. So folks may or may not have heard this, but also I've noticed, or I've gotten some information in the last couple of hours that there's a little bit of confusion out there amongst the school community. So in the governor's press conference, he announced that the will be closure of public schools in 4 counties, Grant County, Saline County, Jefferson County, and Pulaski County. And that is due to the risks associated with the new presumed confirmations of the COVID-19 virus, plus direct contact with those individuals. And we have not, you cannot just isolate the schools because of family connections and community connections, and also that's why the decision was made on a county basis. So that includes our charter schools, our traditional public schools, and we're also making that call for the Arkansas School for the Deaf and School for the Blind, since they're located here in Little Rock. It is not a statewide closure. That's the thing that needs to be reinforced. It is not a statewide closure. As additional information comes in to the Department of Health and to the Department of Education, that information will be evaluated and analyzed to determine what next steps need to be taken, and that is ongoing. So Dr. Pfeffer just sent out guidance to superintendents this afternoon with an updated number. Health Department has established a hotline that is specifically for schools that they can call with information concerning any possible exposures, fear of exposure, anything like that. But the advice at this point is still the same. Closures according to the executive order, closures due to COVID-19 will be determined by the Secretary of Health in consultation with us and with me here at the Department of Education. But we also want superintendents to know that as they get information, they need to follow that guidance and get that information to the Arkansas Department of Health. We will have ADE staff with the Health Department staff. So there will be someone there with that hotline that speaks the language of educators, understands the issues that educators deal with, and understands the questions that may be coming in and any of the logistical issues that may be associated with this. So in the meantime, we're encouraging the schools that are not affected to look at their preparations, but at the same time, it's continue with school and make sure that the learning environment is what we always want, which is a positive learning environment, minimizing fear, minimizing any decisions made that are not based on the scientific and medical evidence, and that's the key. These decisions need to be made based on scientific and medical evidence, and that's why we rely on our experts at the health department to assist us in that with those issues.
And I think we need to be sure people know it's the public, traditional and public charter. We're not in charge of the private schools, then that will be individual choices that they can make.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Zook. That's a good point. The state has no authority over the private schools. Some have made decisions to close, but we do not control what they do, but we would hope that they would follow the same advice and the same guidance. We have been in contact with ANSA, I forget what that stands for, but the private school organization. We have been in contact with them to make sure they are aware of the guidance that we are issuing, and hopefully they will work with us in that regard too. The other question that we get often is about the colleges and universities. They are independent entities, so they make those decisions on their campuses on their own. We don't have any influence on those decisions. The other question that has been a common question since we've been sitting here this afternoon is, when schools are closed, what about the food programs? And we have submitted a waiver request to the USDA to get approval to conduct the feeding programs that would be similar to like summer feeding programs. So schools could provide grab-and-go meals, things of that nature. So, schools, while schools are in these 4 counties are closed from a standpoint of holding classes, we would still encourage those districts to have essential staff on hand for those type of duties, for administrative issues, finance issues, and then hopefully we'll get confirmation of this waiver from the USDA soon, and we'll be able to maintain some level of nutritional programs for the students and families in those areas.
One
Yes, ma'am.
question. Since higher ed's not under this umbrella, but pre-K would come under this, where they would close under this also?
Well, so pre-K, ABC programs that are associated with public schools would fall under this category, but the privately run programs would not necessarily be, but we, again, would ask them to be aware of the advice and guidance they're getting. They are getting guidance from the Division of Child Care and Early Childhood Education, because we have kind of a joint relationship with working with those. So not just ABC programs, but also traditional daycare providers. So that same information and referencing health department guidance is going out to those entities as well.
Okay. Dan, would you put the public comment statement up so that as we start into these schools that you will we'll have that in front of us just briefly, and then Mr. Hernandez, Earl, the patient people. Dr. Hernandez, sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Mike Hernandez, State Superintendent for Office of Coordinated Support and Service. So I do want to start out by just asking what the board's pleasure will be on these legislative reports. We do have Earl and Lee County that is in attendance due to what's happened in Pulaski and Jefferson County. We asked those superintendents not to participate today, so we can continue on with the reports. I know there's some who expressed interest in having some conversation with the superintendents, and so we can do Earl and Lee County today and postpone the others till next month, but whatever you guys want to do on that.
Okay, why don't we, in case there are people here that may want to speak to those, and if we decide not to hear them, do I have a motion about whether or not we go ahead and hear the reports from Dr. Hernandez on Pine Bluff, Dollarway, and Little Rock, or whether we postpone his presentation as well as any questions that you might have for the superintendents or other staff at those schools?
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Do we have any public here to give public comment on any of those issues?
I have not had anybody sign up that I've been given, nothing at this point, no, not from the public at this point.
Then I'm okay with postponing if that's the pleasure of the board.
So postpone the presentation and any questions we might have. I have a motion by Ms. Newton. Second by Ms. Chambers. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, we'll add that to the April. Okay?
Okay, so we'll start out with the Earl School District. Ms. Knowles is here to answer any questions as we go through the presentation. But the first thing we want to start off with is the test observations. We've been working with the district, and you can see that from August through January, we have seen an increase, in a drastic increase in the number of observations that have been done and put into EdReflect. Some of the comments that our teams has made is that we need to work closer to making sure that the feedback that is given by the districts need to make sure they align with the evidence that they're seeing in the classroom. That's something that we'll be working on ongoing. There has been a slight increase, as you can see, from the 20.2 to the 21.4 in chronic absenteeism, and the district is working to diligently try to get that lower. We hope to see that chronic absenteeism, as we trickle towards the end of the year, that is being decreased. From an assessment perspective, we do see that overall in reading, we're not seeing the kind of growth that we are hoping for on the K2 reading literacy assessments. On the upper levels in terms of literacy, we did see growth from fall to winter on grades 4, 5, 6, 8, and 9, with the highest growth being in grade 6. In math, same story with K2. We're not seeing the growth we would like to on the math part related to K2, but we are seeing growth in grades 4, 5, 6, 8, and 9, with again the biggest biggest growth being in grade 6. When we look at standards for accreditation, during the report we had 11 active exceptions. We do have, that's down to 8. All of those are related to a waiver that's been requested for kindergarten. We had an additional student that came at semester. What the district is asking for is to have a waiver from class size, because we were faced with that dilemma where we struggled to get certified teachers. It didn't make sense to bring in another possibly non-certified teachers, split the classes up at semester, and so when that waiver is done, then that will actually clear off their exceptions for the year.
Is that something we'll need to vote on?
Deb, is that right? They've submitted for the kindergarten waiver. It'll be on April's agenda.
Thank you.
So it's a one-year standards waiver. Is that correct? The next thing related to special education, we are continuing to work with the new LEA supervisor. Their corrective action plan is complete. We did have a February monitoring that was done, and we're awaiting those written findings that will be shared in the next legislative report. We don't have any major concerns that we've seen in terms of special ed at this time. Dyslexia, one of the things that we haven't seen, we've done a lot of screening, we've done a lot of training. We just aren't at a point where we're doing a lot of the intervention pieces of that, and that's going to be critical. And that's with all of our districts. We're trying to move. Little Rock's probably a lot farther ahead, but in Earl and some of the others, we're trying to get that intervention piece, and some of it's personnel, not having the personnel trained and ready to go in terms of intervention. But there are several. They're in the process of doing the level 2 assessments in Earl, and then we'll be working towards doing the intervention pieces for those students. One of the things related to science of reading, we've had several days of interaction and helping support the staff and coaching and modeling within the schools. What kind of ties into the finances is because we've had a very difficult cash flow issue that we've been struggling with, we've kind of had to postpone purchasing decodable text, but we have purchased those, and in my understanding, those have come in. And so that'll be another added tool in the tool belt that the districts will be able to use in regards for science of reading. The solution tree, the district did not start out using that, working with them extensively. They have since started some contract work with the district to start establishing. They already had a process together where they were doing teams and working through an initial part of that process, but now they have the embedded coaching that'll help them really stand up and identify essential standards and a lot of that work that'll help move the district along. But one of the things we do continue to face with that district is the staffing piece. At the elementary level, it seems to be a lot better, but at the secondary, we're really struggling getting certified teachers in the classroom. I did provide in the report, there's a human capital report in there, and it probably looks very convoluted, but what we tried to do is give you a picture of seeing, what are the courses that are associated, because sometimes you may see they have an emergency teacher permit, but you don't see the actual courses that they're tied with, so we tried to provide some of that additional information just to give you an idea of typically where you see a lot of math literacy type classes that we're not able to cover at this time with certified staff. As far as the teachers' attendance, we have 10% of them that have missed somewhere between 5 and 10% of the school days this year, and then also 1% that have missed above that in elementary and 5% in the high school.
I'm having trouble seeing that. Let me turn around so I can see it better.
See it? Okay. So as far as community engagement efforts, I can let Ms. Knowles speak a little bit more to that, but some of the interaction that I've directly had is related to the Student Government Association. Ms. McAdoo was able to be in a meeting along with Mr. Hoy. They've really got a good group that was established last year with Dr. Wild, very active, have a lot of good suggestions, but have also brought a lot of concerns to us related to the digital delivery of education, child nutrition concerns, and just a lot of things that were good information that we've tried to take into account. Ms. Knowles has continued to meet with them and try to generate ideas about how they can solve some of these issues. And I think it's important when we're hearing the students, that really gives us good context. And I'll share one briefly. In the district, one of the things that, because we've had a kind of a series of uncertified teachers and things like that, sometimes when you replace that with digital education, it's hard for students to grasp what to do in that. And sometimes in a lot of cases, it's more rigorous. So we had students that expressed, they would come home a lot with A's and B's, and when they got to the digital education, they're coming home with a lot less appealing grades. And so having to explain that is hard for them to explain to their parents, but it's also us to try to communicate that with the student, that's just one of the byproducts of doing something more rigorous and something that they may not be accustomed to doing and getting a digital type education. And so we talked through a lot of those issues and trying to find ways to help those students. And so that was kind of a big thing we didn't think about in terms of, how does that affect the student specifically when they see those lower grades and, how in comparison to the way it used to be. We didn't get into the discussion of whether, when they were getting A's and B's, what the level of education was, because we didn't know those answers. But that is a byproduct of moving into digital education. You can have those kind of circumstances. In regards to the district finances, to give you a little bit of context, when we took over the district, there was always those having to pay back federal funds. There were a lot of bills that were outstanding, and so last year we were paying back previous year's bills. This year we're paying some of last year's bills and trying to get to a place where the district is stabilized. But we continue to battle things like loss of enrollment, and so we've had right now, based on first quarter ADM and second quarter ADM, we're on track somewhere to be having 25 to 30 less students next year. And so just when you get things to a place where we're working on trying to correct the academic structure, we have to also start looking at how to minimize costs now that we've lost this enrollment.
What would their enrollment be, K-12?
So it is roughly about almost 600 right now, so it'll be close to around 470, 475 is what we're looking at. Is that about right? 575, I'm sorry, yeah, I said the wrong number. But that's where it'll probably be looking like next year. We don't have any indication that they've seen a large bump in enrollment at semester, so when we see that second quarter ADM average, to estimate, we say, okay, at first semester, this is what the first 2 quarters averaged out to be. Now let's look at semester. Did they gain students? If they didn't, there's a high likelihood that second quarter average is going to be probably pretty close to what the district will have.
Do you know where, are they choicing out, are they moving out? Is it a problem, the regional problem? Do you know what's going on?
You wanna come up and, yeah, I'll let you come up and answer that one.
Tishnall Superintendent, Earl School District. We only lost 3 last year.
So they're actually
to
moving
choice.
away.
So we graduated more students than we got in for kindergarten.
Okay. Thank you.
Dr. Hernandez, if
Yes,
you
ma'am.
run out your expenses, at least the ones that are known, and you anticipate this drop in enrollment that you're talking about, at the end of this year, are you about where you started the year? Are you better off? Can you predict that yet?
So as far as financially, if everything kind of goes to where the budget is, and of course, it's one of those things, because we don't have a fully certified staff, we've got a lot of long-term subs, waivers and stuff in the high school, that's a cost savings, if that makes sense. But at the same time, it's at the jeopardy of, not having certified teachers in the classroom. And so the way the purple page that we provide shows them it being about a $76,000 increase above where they were last year. But that's if everything goes according to budget. If we have anything that comes up that might be unanticipated, we are trying to, there's a lot of things that from a maintenance aspect, like the parking lot that was originally part of the master plan, some of the roofing issues, there's some things we need to take care of, but we're deferring a lot of that maintenance right now. And just like I mentioned, the decodable text, that's something that can be paid for out of ESA funds potentially or other fund sources, but because the cash flow issue is kind of been a problem because we're paying previous year's bills, that's been we anticipate ending a little bit better than we ended last year, but at the same time, we're gonna have to compensate. So when you just take 30 students times, $7,000, that's a big hit to the district that we're gonna have to compensate for next
Do
year.
you
in
still
addition to
not
that.
lose that money for several months? There used to be, and maybe still is, that you didn't lose the money for 18 months. Is that not still?
So the way the funding formula is set up is that this enrollment, this 3-quarter ADM average was what will set the stage for what money they'll have next year. There will be some balance of money coming back into the district through declining enrollment, but that's not an ongoing source. It's kind of a, half 1 year shot in the arm to make sure to help you to adjust to that.
While you're talking about the purple pages, it's just because of my lack of understanding. When I look at it, it's got the negative balance.
So the very top line that you're
Right.
looking at is kind of the current
Uh-huh.
to date stuff. So they may have not have posted some revenue or some expenditure,
Okay.
some revenues may have not been posted. It's that second line that has the arrow that shows the 70 something, I
Okay.
believe it's 76,000. That's what the budget says. And so as long as we're staying on track with that, we should be reasonably okay.
Okay, thank you.
So any questions that you may have related to?
Ms. McAdoo? Dr. Moore? Okay.
Yes, I mean, as you're looking at staffing for next year and
Okay,
what that
can
looks
you-
like, staffing for next year and what that looks like, in addition to online courses, I know y'all have tried different things in the past with training and whatnot. You have waiver teachers. What are those conversations looking like?
I'll try to answer that and then defer to Ms. Knowles. We've had some conversations with various digital providers and have a planning session that we're trying to get organized to see what are the availabilities. What we have actually met with Ms. Knowles earlier this week to try to have her look at some possibilities and other models related to high school delivery. I think that's where our biggest concern is that, as you try to reduce costs, then that comes at the expense of programs and opportunities for students. And so, we want to make sure that as we move towards some possible opportunities for digital delivery, that we don't have the circumstance that the student government was talking about, and how can we provide them with access to multiple courses, whether that be in conjunction with some neighboring school districts. So we're looking at a lot of those options and even trying to think outside the box on some of that. So if you have anything you might want to add to that.
Well, I know we've talked about that some, but I think certainly working with students at your school, thinking outside the box, I encourage, and thinking about other other ways to provide digital education, so it's not just a student and a computer by themselves the majority of the day.
Yes, as Dr. Tishnall's superintendent, Earl School District, as Dr. Hernandez said, I did have conversation with the department this week about possibilities. We already go to ASU Mid-South, so we take about 45 students there. So there might be some opportunities to go a little bit farther with that and maybe do some personalized learning, maybe just a different model for us. I feel that the elementary model is sound, and I feel like we will see improvements when we take test scores. I see those things working, and as we observe and see what's going on, we can see that. But the high school, we have just those underlying issues, and mainly it's because of not having those certified staff members. So if you look at what we have, we cannot sustain without certified staff members. And so we really need to be innovative when we're recruiting teachers. And part of that would be the way we rearrange our salary schedule. And so that's out right now in the PPC as they're looking at it for public comment to see what we need to do and how we need to change that. And we're trying to be innovative while we're looking at neighboring districts that have like our size, that we can compete with those salaries. But when you talk about the West Memphis and the Marion and Wynn, we can't compete with their salaries. And so we're trying to be innovative on the front end of that. We have talked about some incentives to get people there. The new commissioner's memo that came out about the special education being able to go through a different program, that pathway, that was good for us. So I think those will be some things that will help. But I think maybe just a different model and what that looks like. And that's going to take some time to have that community interaction and that engagement with the community so that we can see how they feel about that. And so Dr. Hernandez mentioned that we're meeting with the community, and I think just maybe getting the word out there is this is what Virtual Arkansas is. This is what they do. We had those meetings. We had an initial advisory board meeting where we had standing room only. People came out and we addressed some concerns having to do with Virtual Arkansas. And then at the building level, the principal and the leadership team met with parents, and that has really calmed that storm. And I think maybe just having those conversations. Part of working with Solution Tree is helping us to build that internal as well as external communication. We're lacking there, and they're helping us with those pieces. So we've just put out our first district newsletter and put that on Facebook, hence the public social media coming up with a lot of different things. And so I think just having those conversations is a big thing. I would like to share a little bit on the finance side, because as we're looking at the finances, I feel good about where we are compared to where I thought we would be at the end of the year. We have been really working with the ADE fiscal unit, our internal people and our bookkeepers, and just everybody to try to find money. Where can we find some money? What can you cut? And sometimes it's not about what you can cut, but how you can save in certain areas. So changing our phone system over, we've realized a savings of about $500 a month in phones by changing over to a different phone system. We found 3 water bills that we should not have been paying because we were no longer using those buildings. And so we have had the water cut off. We had 2 dumpsters that we found out were on grounds where the school wasn't using them, but people in the community were using them. And then we worked with Entergy. We had $11,000 in deposits from before state takeover, where they tack on deposits when your bills are paid late. And we found $11,000. We worked with Entergy. We had a phone conference yesterday with fiscal unit and my folks and myself, and Entergy is crediting back $11,000. So it's going to be 2 months worth of bills. They're crediting that $11,000. So we found $11,000 in that area, and then $268 with a dumpster, $140 in water, and $500 a month on phones. We also found out Monday that going with the same company that we use our phones, our e-fax for our copy machines. We're paying about $400 a month in faxes. We can pay $86 a month. So we found some savings, and so just finding those little pieces like that takes time, but we are working with everybody trying to do that.
That's great. Thank you for sharing. I do have one more question,
Sure.
which I know is a physical but academic issue as well. Are there plans for summer school in the elementary or middle school grades?
We've not discussed those plans. When we talk about the staffing, we have talked about the staffing piece, but we have found traditionally that our students have not come to summer school. They don't come to after-school tutoring, and so what we've been trying to do is on Wednesdays, we've been having What I Need Wednesdays, and at the elementary, that looks like their electronics. They're using their any of the skill areas that they're low in skill areas, they're working on IXL and MobiMax and some different things in the classroom on that skill set where they're having problems. And we find that maybe in the middle of the day, that's better to use that rather than an after school. Not to say that we would not be open to that, but we would certainly be open to that. But that's just not something that we've discussed right now. The other piece that I'd like to share is we have so many mental health needs. We have just a host of people coming in and out as far as mental health facility or mental health people. But we have looked at the possibility of school-based mental health, but many of the companies are local people, and they're established. So we have had discussion about the possibility of maybe adding a social worker and using that in-house. We're going to lose some people to attrition this year, and we could pull a social worker in and maybe use that in our in-school suspension room, and maybe as a less punitive approach. So we are thinking about some things like that, just trying to think a little bit outside the box.
That's great, thank you.
Ms. Dean, Ms. Chambers, Ms. Newton?
I had a question for Dr. Hernandez. I know y'all have had a rough day, but just thinking about the process of this, and I know physical distress is different than moving level 5 because of academic or other issues. So I know we're about 2.5 years into this. I know on level 5 we have a 5-year time limit, but they chose to go into level 5. So are we dealing with any kind of time issue with Earl?
So my understanding is we didn't, when they came and requested level 5, we didn't take an action to reaffirm state authority under level 5. That's my understanding. So we're still on the 5-year timeline related to
just physical issues?
Just physical, yes.
Okay, so if the physical issues are resolved, they could stay under level 5 by choice, but it wouldn't be because of anything else.
Right, and just one of the things that I want to make sure that, just so you know, in that process, one of the things that we really struggle with in having some decisions is related to just because fiscally they may be getting better, the big issue is still the loss of students and, the access to the teaching staff. Mm-hmm. And so we can make budgets look good, mm-hmm. but it may be at the expense of what it looks like academically. And right. So one of the questions that we asked, and we've asked Ms. Knowles is, given the struggles, especially at the high school, we want to have future conversations about the viability of having the setup like it is now. And so that's something that we're going to be, actively watching and reporting on and talking to you guys as we work through that. But that is a concern. Is that, just like Ms. Knowles said, you cannot continue to operate with and expect different results. And so we're going to have to be thinking, differently. And that's what we've challenged Ms. Knowles, is to help us talk through some models and look at some various ways that this could be done a little bit different, because we owe it to the students to make sure that we're offering the best quality we can.
I agree. Okay, thank you.
Okay. 2 things, compliments. I think the graphic that you provided on the RISE progress is wonderful. It was easily read, it was visible, just everything about it. And also the graphic on student attendance that I noticed was in each district now. What I'm wondering, and this may be something that Don's group can take care of, is do we ever compare student attendance information for level 5 districts with student attendance for those in 4 and those in 3, and to see if there is some correlation between teacher and student attendance and districts who wind up needing more and more and more support. But I don't know if that's something that could be done or not, but I always figure Argent could figure out how to do almost anything, so.
Just
Mr.
Well,
King.
yeah, so just keep in mind that these levels aren't progressive, and they're not for a specific period of time. So if a district is receiving level 3 support, you know, they, depending on the reason, you know, they could be in for a number of reasons and getting that support, unless it's because of their reading levels, and, you know, that's a new statute that we're just now getting that underway. So I don't know that we would have the kind of data to have that delineated.
Maybe one of our administrators who's working on a doctorate could have that be their project.
Well, I mean,
mean,
even if they have it, I mean, the data system does not track students and schools by the level of the school that they're in, so or the support they're receiving. So yeah, and that's where we've really tried to be not like the old accountability system.
Right.
Not a label.
We're not a label. It really defines the relationship between the department and the support the department is giving you. So, you know, there might be other metrics that would track that, but I don't know that tying it to the level is really in alignment with our ESSA plan and what we've said we wanted to do in supporting our districts. But there could be some other way to look at that.
Or just maybe a random sampling of, you know, here are districts and here's what their attendance is, and anyway, that's off from Earl.
Yeah,
so,
and that was definitely a strong part of the previous accountability system with those 45-day reports and the attendance, number of students that were getting D's and F's and that sort of thing, and that system just didn't work for us. So, you know, we could try to find, somebody could try to find data. I just don't know that the system we have now lines up with trying to tackle things in that manner.
Yeah, I know with OEP they do like discipline and all of that, which doesn't really track with that either, but at least we have some data that helps us understand on discipline and attendance, and or maybe just the individual school would like to know that information.
I will take this opportunity to give a plug for My School Info, since Don's back there. But there is a feature as part of that that's referred to as Analyzer, and you can actually do a lot of things, and you're just trying to see what correlations may be out there. So you could pick a student engagement piece off the ESSA School Index, compare it to some other component that's related to anything that they have in that dashboard, and you can kind of see by subsets of schools, by co-ops and all that, and kind of just, you know, look at it and see, are there any correlations that can be made or things like that. So that's just a, sorry, shameless plug for My School Info.
That's right. No, they do such a great job, not shameless at all.
Okay.
Mr. Hoyt, did you have anything that you wanted to add? Anybody else? Do you have a motion to accept the report?
Move to accept.
Moved by Ms. Chambers, second by Ms. Dean. All in favor? Opposed? Okay. We'll accept the motion. If y'all need to get on the road, I certainly understand, and again, thank you for your patience. Oh, that's right, and so is Melbourne.
Yep.
You might want to check that. You might want to check that.
Yeah.
Yeah. We won't say who they defeated to get there, will we, Dr. Bowles?
Do you think they changed?
Y'all just, I think anybody with schools in that, they need to check with AAA before making any
Before we're to
plans.
Hot Springs?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Okay.
Okay, next up is Lee County.
All right, so we'll next move on to Lee County School District. One of the things that we're are reporting is that we have seen a significant increase in the amount of observations in the classroom. One of the things that we are pushing the district to look at is that right now, again, like in Earl, the alignment, to make sure the alignment to the evidence, alignment to the test components are important. And then also kind of the length. You know, what we're seeing is the length of the time in the classroom's been anywhere from 1 to 6 minutes, and so we want to make sure that we're spending ample time, and that's something the team will continue to work with the district in that vein. In regards to chronic absenteeism, we did see an uptick in that from the 15.9% to the 19%. The district has provided some information about how they're working to combat that and get that number lower. In terms of literacy testing, we did see an increase in the early literacy for students that were tested in early lit. And then also in the second grade, where most of the second graders are now doing the STAR reading, is that we also saw some increases there as well. Another thing to note is that there was a decrease in the number of students that were in the urgent intervention piece of that, and so that's kind of important to look. And in the information we provided, there's some nice graphics that kind of look at year over year to be able to see, you know, how the urgent intervention students are decreasing, and the ones that are above are meeting the benchmark piece, that those are increasing. In 310, we didn't have that fall to winter comparison. This is kind of the baseline, this first one that we've taken, and so we're hoping that when we provide our next report, that'll kind of be in tandem when they're completed with their test, but that'll be able to, we're looking to see some increases in that as well.
I should know this, but in terms of the calculations, when we have percentages, whether it's an increase or decrease on any of the things that are listed here, sometimes the base changes, and so there's more of an accentuated spike or fall. And so, like if the population changes. On these where we're looking at percentages instead of actual numbers, is any, because I'm looking at chronic absence as an example. If you had a smaller base, but you had the same students that were absent last year, absent this year, it's going to skew to a higher percent. Is there any part of that plays into this?
I know on the assessment, I know JJ was here. Is she still here? Okay. My understanding is that those students, they're the same students in a cohort, so there shouldn't for the assessment piece. Now, in the chronic absenteeism piece, I'll have to check on how we're calculating that, if the base is changing in between numbers of students that might have influxed in and out of the school. We kind of have a standard report that we're pulling now. That's why they all look the same out of all school districts, but I can check on that piece. Okay. All right, so the next thing, you know, when we provided our report, there were, at the time, only 3 exceptions. Well, let me go back to the student attendance. One of the things that we do have a little bit concerns of is data quality, and you'll kind of see that throughout. You know, we do have lots of people that are new within the district and learning a lot of these processes and sometimes struggling with these processes. And so, you know, we are seeing some instances of when we're looking at absenteeism or attendance reports, that there are some discrepancies in, you know, what may be taken in the classroom versus what's making it into the system. And so even when we pull these chronic absenteeism reports, you know, we do have some concerns about accuracy in making sure that that information is exact and what it's supposed to be.
Well, and I'm sure this is not a pattern that correlates, but looking at some of the other reports, like Little Rock, J. Fair, I think, and McClellan had significant spikes. Yes. And it's just, is there something else? Is it the formula or how we're calculating? They're unrelated, but it's an increase that is significant and concerning.
Right, and I think that what we're seeing in some of those are ones that are just reality, is in some schools they are seeing an increase in chronic absenteeism in those schools. And so that's what we ask the districts to look at and investigate, and they can probably be better at reporting why they're seeing those upticks. But those are based on what they're putting in, what's being used as far as enrollment. You know, what we're seeing a lot of with Lee County is that there's been such a flux of staff, you know, moving staff around, new staff leaving, new staff coming in. And so having that accuracy, sometimes if you're a long-term sub, you may not be, you know, may not have access to the system. And so those are all things that have just have kind of plagued this, and then we're kind of concerned about how the data quality is there with attendance. Same thing kind of with the standards for accreditation. You know, we did see some minimal things that were as part of our system. We've moved a lot to this monitoring of systems. You know, we have these systems, districts are entering information, so we're trying to monitor those without having to do a lot of the on-site work. And so, of course, last year, you know, when we did take over the district, there was a lot of concerns over transcripts, graduation rates, and things like that. And so, in one of our meetings with the district, there were some concerns and things about grades not being entered and stuff like that that were shared with us by the district. And so, in working with the department, there was a decision to go on site, and that on-site visit happened this week on Tuesday. And I do have Deb here that's going to share a little bit of those preliminary findings. We still have some monitoring that we need to do to figure out what are all the core issues. But I'm going to let her kind of share a little bit of that preliminary information with you and let you ask any questions.
Deborah Kaufman. So I'd like to start with the positive. And the positive is it appears that all the seniors are on track to graduate. So that's a different conversation than we had last year at this time. There are some students that are taking credit recovery classes, but if they complete those, everything is in place. However, transcripts for 9, 10, and 11th are not as cleaned up as we would like. And that was an issue, remember, last year. We still see some of those issues this year. We did find preliminary 4 probationary violations. We will need to go back and visit. We brought home a lot of information with us that we need to work through, and then go back and ask additional questions to verify, and we'll be in touch with the district. One of those probationary violations is regarding the statewide student assessment system. An assessment was not given during the school year for our English learners, and so that is a probationary violation. Maintaining those student records that I talked about, not offering a language instructional education program, that was only confirmed by one person. We need to go back and confirm that with some other people to make sure that that is accurate. Producing timely reports. There's a couple of background checks, as Dr. Hernandez mentioned, that one of them looks like they should have been cleaned up a long time ago. Some that look like maybe people are renewing their license. So we'll investigate that a little more. We found classroom teachers that were not in teaching the class for which they were licensed for. So they're licensed individuals, but they're not in the appropriate classes. And we did not find a library media specialist, the halftime library media specialist in the elementary. They have one, but she's teaching another class. So there's a lot of good reasons for that. Those are things that we will investigate more, but that's just the preliminary work that we're doing right now, and we will plan to revisit to finalize, and then we'll bring you a final report.
Okay, so moving on to special education, they do have a new LEA supervisor that they've contracted out. Their corrective action plan is almost complete. They have one item. We still have Ms. Amstutz that works closely with the district. We haven't been made aware of any concerns or seen anything that's concerning about special ed. As far as dyslexia, we've got a lot of work to do around the high school. As if you look at the report, there's several places where 9-12 we haven't been able to do some of the screenings and things like we need to. We also need to be looking at staffing, and that, you know, that probably is one of the single most factors. A lot of this always comes back to human capital, is when you don't have the people, you don't have the access to people, and there's a constant churn trying to cover these things, that it makes it hard for people to have to take on multiple jobs. And I think that's a result of a lot of the standards, is that you've got a lot of people doing the work that's doing additional work on top of their work, and not, you can't, you know, when we took over, it was a standards issue, but there's also finance issues, there's also academic issues, and so there's just a whole big thing that's a very large undertaking, and we're, you know, as a team, we're providing, you know, lots of support, and I'll get to that probably on my last slide, talk a little bit more about that. In terms of the science of reading, we've been working on a coaching plan. I think there were some meetings that happened, virtual meetings that happened last week, and some additional ones this week. Right now, what we're trying to work through is there's a lot of the need for the district that wants kind of the outside coaches to do a lot of observations, but we're really trying to push to make sure that we're doing a lot more modeling, because you have a lot of teachers that, you know, being uncertified and things like that, so we want to make sure that we're getting to that place where we're doing more modeling and less observing and reporting. And so we'll continue to work with the district on that as well. From a teacher attendance, we didn't have any teachers that were reported as missing 5%, and then we had 24% of the high school. But as we've started to review some of those things a little bit deeper, again, there's that data accuracy on the one side, is making sure that when people are out, that data is being correctly sent in the actual system. And the people that you have putting things in the system, again, are brand new people that haven't done this role before. And so, do you have a question?
Yeah, do you think some of the high school could be that you said you had teachers not doing what they were actually qualified or had been trained in? Do you think that's part of it? Because sometimes when you don't feel good about what you're doing, you know, it's just easier to stay on that. You know, I just wondered.
I think that probably is one of the culture pieces within the school. I mean, when there's so much things that are having to be covered and people to be moved around, that can lead to people, one, it can be a factor in why they do leave the district altogether. It can be a factor in why they might not come to work that day, because it is, you know, I think we did have a report of a science teacher that, correct me if I'm wrong, was seventh science teacher in that class. So when you have those kinds of things that, you know, not only for the staff but also for the students, it can be an issue. But, you know, if we could manufacture people and send them down there to do that, you know, that'd be a great thing. But it is truly a struggle that kind of leads to a lot of those things as well. As far as the fiscal concerns and budget and contracts, that's something that both our team and the district team, you know, we own that. We really struggle together in working, trying to get those things corrected. We're getting ever closer. Obviously, when you have contracts and things that need to be adjusted in terms of pay, whether there be overpayments or underpayments for staff, that causes problems as well with that culture piece with the staff. And so we are continuing to work with that as well. One of the big issues I'd referenced about the staff not having being new and knowing these things, it's really hard for any new person in the finance area to, one, fix the things that, not necessarily fix, to do their normal operation jobs of accounts payable, payroll, all of those things. But in addition to that, they're having to go back and clean up things as well. And so, and then on top of that, when they're taking care of daily tasks and make a mistake, they have to get that fixed as well. And so a lot of that is just very difficult at this time to kind of get people to be able to fix old things and also keep up with the current demands of the job on a daily basis. And so that's something that we're all struggling together definitely on that and trying to get those things done. But, you know, every time somebody moves or some responsibilities change and stuff like that, that causes an issue as well. I did mention the staffing turnover currently to date. Dr. Bowles, there are no counselors in the district. And so we're having to pull staff. I think Ms. McIntosh, Dr. McIntosh, the one here, is having to, as the curriculum person, is also having to fill some of those roles. And so you can imagine what things, are having to be put to the side to focus on these things as well. And not being a trained counselor and having to, pick up that slack, that is hard to do. We recently had a child nutrition director that also has resigned, and we're trying to figure out ways to help support that as well, because it's not just anybody can go and pick up that job. They've got to go get the required training and start in that process. And then also the non-certified staff that we, through the churn we've struggled with. I think one of the take-homes for the state board is that, whenever you have a district under state takeover, you want everything to be as right as possible, because we don't want to come in here and say, hey, all these things are failing. But because of the newness of many of the staff members, each one of them needs their own type of support on a regular basis, lots of boots on the ground. And sometimes when you think about having lots of support, sometimes it's too much support, but it's needed. And if that support's not there, and what we find ourselves having to do is be there on such a regular basis that to do the work that we're, having to do that. And sometimes there's struggles with that, having to make sure that all those efforts are coordinated and things like that. And so this district has very much been a challenge in trying to get our arms around all of those various aspects that are struggles. We did, according to October 1st enrollment, we were looking at, and that means October 1st to October 1st from previous year, we were on track for about a 74 student loss. But based on the ADM numbers that I mentioned, as of second quarter ADM, we have seen a 40 student drop, which is still significant in a 600 student district, but not as much as we hope to. So as we think about adjusting pay schedules for staff and all those things, we've also got to be mindful of, kind of in the same boat with Earl, is that we've got to make cuts, but also try not to do that in terms of quality. And so that as well is one of our concerns.
Other than the co-op, do they do itinerant where they can serve like two districts? Maybe there's not enough, speech therapy kids in one district, but they could serve over in the other, or with counselors or whatever, or is there nothing close enough to
We
make
are
that
doing that
feasible?
with special ed. In the past, I'm not sure what the status is now, but the GT coordinator was somebody that was shared between districts. And I think the district is definitely open to any of those arrangements, and that's some of the conversation even with Earl and the co-op, is we're actually going to come together to talk about digital options and deliveries to see, is there a way, in thinking of the old compressed video models, is can we have a certified teacher in one district, then we then pop to another one, and maybe one week they're in this location, another week they're in another location. So all of those are on the table and being looked at as what's viable, but Lee County, being a county-wide school, is, right there, and so it's hard to, get people to travel in between one district and another, so we have to think of other ways to do that.
Just because I don't know the region as far as distances, how far apart are Lee County and Earl?
Lee County and Earl is probably, can you answer that, Dr. Bowles? Yeah.
Oh, it's a good way to say it. Okay.
Earl's close to
Yeah,
several
it's
other
kind of,
districts.
Lee County's kind of in between Forest City and Helena, West Helena.
And I may have missed it, but the literacy curriculum, is it aligned with state standards? And I call them foundational literacy skills or science of reading. I know with all the things that need to be done, you're gonna have to prioritize what
Right.
can get done.
And we are actively working. I mentioned the coaching plan, so they do have the materials and have been going through the training. And so that's kind of what the coaching model is trying to move them past having the stuff and the training and moving it towards implementation. And so that's why we talked a lot about, as opposed to just strictly the observing, moving more into the modeling aspects of that. But, when a teacher leaves, like we had or Dr. Bowles went out and worked and tried to bring in some other teachers from the same as like Forest City did. And, we've even had those teachers that have, or at least one of those that have also left. And so it's just how much you can keep them stable enough to make sure that they're there to implement, so.
Any questions?
No, looking at the literacy report, I was gonna ask about the foundation's implementation. And if there,
I'll let Dr. McIntosh answer that one.
okay, it says K2 is foundations for literacy. Was that new this year?
Yes.
Okay. How has that been going?
Our K-6 teachers are actually implementing foundations and Haggerty's, and we're also utilizing our support teachers to implement those as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. McAdoo? Ms. Dean? Chambers? Newton? Okay, do I have a motion to accept the report? Moved by Ms. Dean, second by? Ms. Chambers, all in favor? Yeah. Thank you, and thank you again for your patience. Be safe going home.
I think we're pausing on the other ones, is that correct? Okay,
Till April.
till April. Thank you.
Do we have any new business? And we have no public comment, correct? Okay, do I have a motion to adjourn? Okay. Meeting adjourned till tomorrow morning.